Chapter 1038. Wang, who had been holding it in for the past few years. He couldn't see Longyu, Serene Moon, and Lier. He didn't even receive a letter, so he could only be anxious. Now that he finally received a letter, how could Wang not be excited? As for whether the person was dangerous, would the current Wang could be afraid? Even an immortal self-destruction didn't kill him. So why would he be afraid of danger? Therefore, Wang couldn't wait to meet the black-robed man. But aren't you here to deliver a letter? What's the meaning of this sudden attack? And it's so fast, how can I block it in time? With a loud bang, Wang Ku was sent flying by Alpha Capricorni. While flying, Wang Ku already understood that the black-robed man was definitely not here to deliver a letter. Because how could Long Yu, Serene Moon, and Lier be willing to send someone to hit me? Boom! While flying backwards, Wang Ku's body surged with an air current. Wang Ku stared at his hands. I broke through again. Second tier of the Immortal Ascension Realm? I'm at the second tier of the Immortal Ascension Realm? The power of that palm just now, was it from an immortal? Wang Ku exclaimed, "Boss!" A group of Shenwang Company employees chased after him. "I'm fine," Wang Ku shouted. With that, Wang Ku stepped into the sky. In the distance, Alpha Capricorni was reporting to the Great Demon, saying that he didn't know Wang Ku was so easy to deal with. At this moment, Wang Ku actually flew up. The Great Demon of the Southern Divine Continent narrowed his eyes. "Who are you? Are you crazy, pretending to be my wife's messenger? Do you believe that I'll call someone to beat you to death?" Wang Ku glared and roared. "Wang Ku, you're fine." Alpha Capricorni stared. "Of course I'm fine. Come again if you have the ability." Wang Ku scolded. "Since you." Alpha Capricorni stepped forward. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared behind Alpha Capricorni. What? Alpha Capricorni's hair stood on end, and he immediately struck out with his palm. Boom! Alpha Capricorni was knocked back by the sword with a loud bang. His black robe was torn to shreds, revealing his face. However, he was able to see who it was. Xianghua. Alpha Capricorni's eyes widened. "Sky Demon? You are. I think you showed your face 1,000 years ago." Xianghua frowned at Alpha Capricorni. "He's Alpha Capricorni." Another voice sounded. Alpha Capricorni looked over and saw another man in a golden dragon robe, standing in the sky. "Dragon Emperor?" Alpha Capricorni exclaimed. In the Southern Divine Continent, the Great Demon also narrowed his eyes. 1,000 years ago. The Dragon Emperor lent me the lunar god's spear. Then he lost it. I sent people to slaughter the Dragon Clan, but he didn't die. Your Majesty, he's the Sky Demon? Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill him." Wang Ku shouted from afar. Xianghua looked coldly at Alpha Capricorni. "At this time, you still dare to come to the Central Divine Continent, to the benevolent God's capital. It seems that you really think I'm easy to bully. 9th tier of the Immortal Ascension stage. You're still no match for me." Alpha Capricorni said coldly. "Is that so? Then you can try. Dragon Emperor, don't attack. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. I'll kill him." Xianghua glared. As he spoke, the benevolent god's sword appeared in Xianghua's hand. In an instant, a golden light rushed towards Alpha Capricorni. A long blade appeared in Alpha Capricorni's hand and met the benevolent god's sword. Boom! Before Alpha Capricorni's lunar god's scimitar collided with the benevolent god's sword, Dragon Emperor suddenly attacked and sent him flying into a distant mountain. With a loud boom, the mountain exploded and Alpha Capricorni fell into the ruins. The lunar god's scimitar suddenly flew out of his hand and was snatched by Xianghua. "Dragon Emperor, didn't Xianghua tell you not to attack? You sneak attacked me." Alpha Capricorni roared in horror from the ruins of the mountain. "Crazy, he told me not to attack, didn't I say so?" Dragon Emperor glared at Alpha Capricorni in the distance. "That's right, with your IQ. How did you survive until now? Are the celestial fiend race, created by the great demon king, all fools? Not far away, Wang revealed a look of disdain. At the entrance of the southern god's temple, the great demon's face was extremely gloomy. But speaking of which, Demon King, your sky demon subordinates really aren't that great. Corpse Emperor shook his head. The great demon stared at the battlefield on the screen. At this moment, his face was also terrifyingly gloomy. I told you to force Giguzi out, and this is how you do things, the great demon said coldly. You're already being ganged up on, and you still believe that he can fight one-on-one? Are you crazy? Alpha Capricorni crawled out of the ruins with an ugly expression. How would I know that Xianghua and Dragon Emperor didn't follow the rules? Luna Scimitar? Xianghua looked at the scimitar in surprise. Give me back my Luna Scimitar, Alpha Capricorni exclaimed. Just like that, he lost the treasure that Master gave him. Master wouldn't be angry to death, right? Xianghua glared at Alpha Capricorni and put away the Luna Scimitar. Are you kidding me? You want it back when it's in my hands? In the southern god's temple, the great demon took a deep breath and waved his hand. Luna Scimitar, come forth. Buzz! The Luna Scimitar that was hidden by Xianghua suddenly burst out with thousands of silver lights. It instantly cut through the restriction set by Xianghua and turned into a stream of light that appeared in Alpha Capricorni's hands. Alpha Capricorni grabbed the Luna Scimitar, but his face stiffened. He knew that Master had helped him. The Luna Scimitar's spirit has appeared. Make a contract with him, and you won't lose the scimitar again. The great demon's cold voice sounded in Alpha Capricorni's ears. Yes. Alpha Capricorni replied. There was indeed a sword-shaped shadow on the Luna Scimitar. Alpha Capricorni immediately dripped a drop of blood into the sword spirit. The sword spirit trembled and entered Alpha Capricorni's body, as if it was one with Alpha Capricorni and could control the Luna Scimitar. Again, we don't need others to interfere in our battle. Xianghua grabbed the good god's sword and wanted to continue fighting with Alpha Capricorni. But at this moment, how could Alpha Capricorni still fight with you? You guys don't follow the rules and are shameless. Why would I fight you one-on-one? Humph, Xianghua, you've angered me. Luna Space. Alpha Capricorni shouted coldly. Alpha Capricorni slashed with the Luna Scimitar, and in an instant the void seemed to be cut open. Then a powerful aura burst out from the opening, causing Xianghua and Dragon Emperor's faces to change. Not good, stop him! Xianghua exclaimed. Xianghua and Dragon Emperor rushed over almost at the same time. However, at this moment, two sword lights suddenly appeared from the Luna Space and rushed towards Xianghua and Dragon Emperor. Boom! The two sword lights illuminated the heaven and earth. In an instant, the powerful collision caused Dragon Emperor and Xianghua to tremble violently and retreat. They saw two coffins emerge from the Luna Space. The two sword lights just now came from these two coffins. The coffin lids opened, and two men walked out from the coffins. At this moment, there was no white in their eyes. Their eyes were pitch black, and their bodies were covered in thousands of rays of light. Immortals? Two immortals? Wang Ku exclaimed, not far away. Are they the left and right sword fairy? The left sword fairy and the right sword fairy from 3,000 years ago? They rebelled against the great demon 3,000 years ago and were captured by the great demon. They disappeared without a trace. These two immortals were refined into puppets by the great demon? Dragon Emperor exclaimed. The great demon refined immortals? Wang Ku exclaimed, not far away. Left sword fairy, right sword fairy, do you still remember me? I am Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor said anxiously. However, the two sword fairies seemed to have forgotten everything. At this moment, they were motionless, protecting Alpha Capricorni with all their might. You don't need to claim connections with them. They are all dead. No, they are the living dead. They only listen to the orders of my lunasimeter. They will only protect me. Whatever I want them to do, they will do it. If I want them to kill you, they will fight to the death with you." Alpha Capricorni laughed proudly. Xiangua's face sank. He knew that things were not going well. However, this place was outside the evil god's temple. Xiangua could still mobilize merit. People of Deshan, listen up. The world has reached its most critical moment. I, Jiang Huang, once again ask everyone to lend me your strength. Please raise your right hand, Xianghua shouted. At this moment, most of the merit clouds in the good god's capital had been consumed by Wang Ku. Only a thin layer of merit remained. However, this thin layer of merit was enough. Immediately, Xianghua's voice was transmitted to the ears of all the people of Deshan. In an instant, countless people raised their hands. Waves of power quickly gathered towards the merit clouds, and then quickly flowed into Xianghua's body through the thin merit clouds. Boom! A huge wave of energy erupted from Xianghua's body. Clearly, Xianghua's strength had reached its peak. Even if it was an ordinary immortal, he would still be able to kill them. "Dragon Emperor, follow me to kill Alpha Capricorni," Xianghua said in a deep voice. "All right, I'll block the left sword fairy and the right sword fairy. You deal with Alpha Capricorni directly," Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. All right, Xianghua was about to attack. Alpha Capricorni sneered. "Do you think that there are only these 2 coffins in the moon god's space?" Xianghua's face darkened. "Come out," Alpha Capricorni shouted. Rumble. The moon god's space churned. Then 1 coffin after another emerged from the moon god's space. 3 coffins, 5 coffins, 10 coffins, 20 coffins, 100 coffins. 100 coffins floated out of the moon god's space. Rainbow light illuminated the world. Countless violent immortal auras rushed out in all directions. Bang! The 100 coffin lids suddenly opened, revealing the immortal puppets inside. 100 immortals? Wang Ku exclaimed. "Ha, that's right. It's not 100, it's 102 immortals. Xianghua, Dragon Emperor, what do you have to fight me? Today, which one of you can stop me?" Alpha Capricorni said with a ferocious expression. The reason why Alpha Capricorni agreed to come so easily was because Alpha Capricorni knew that the moon god's scimitar contained the 100 immortals that his master had sealed for 3,000 years. With these 100 immortals, what did he have to fear? Even if there were 100 immortals, they were still immortals. Who in this world could be his opponent? In the southern divine continent, Corpse Emperor and the Great Demon looked at Alpha Capricorni's insolence on the screen. "Demon King, is there something wrong with Alpha Capricorni's head? We haven't even forced out Giguzi yet, and he's already revealing all his trump cards?" Corpse Emperor looked at the Great Demon. The Great Demon was originally quite satisfied with Alpha Capricorni's insolence. The scene was quite exciting. However, when he heard Corpse Emperor's words, his expression changed. "Yeah, we haven't forced out Giguzi yet. Why are you throwing out your trump card so early? Can't you take it slow? It's fine if nothing happens. If something happens, can you bear the responsibility?" P.S. Second update. Chapter 1039. From 100 coffins, 100 immortals slowly stepped out. 100 immortals coming out at the same time was a grand occasion that had never happened in any era. The sudden surge of countless colorful streams of light dyed the sky and the earth in 7 colors. After 3,000 years of accumulation, the terrifying number of immortals appeared. Everyone who was about to fly over was dumbfounded. Xianghua and Dragon Emperor were still bitterly holding on. In the distance, Wang Yoli, Yasushi Simon, and the others were constantly slapping themselves. 100 immortals? What's the point of fighting? It wouldn't be a problem to sweep away the Great Demon. Wang stared at the 100 immortals in front of him. "Come on, why aren't you coming?" "Continue." Alpha Capricorni laughed insolently. "Continue what?" "Alpha Capricorni. Don't tell me you brought 100 immortals to cause trouble for me? I shouldn't be that dangerous. I'm just an immortal, I'm still a child. Wonka stared and shouted. Ha! Ha ha ha, Wonku, now you're scared. But don't worry, we're not here for you. Alpha Capricorni sneered. Not here for us? Fine, then I'll leave first. You're not here for me anyway. Wonka turned around and flew into the distance. Alpha Capricorni. Can't you just let me finish my sentence? Boom! Suddenly, the left sword fairy and the right sword fairy blocked in front of Wonku. Their swords were pointed at Wonku with murderous intent. Alpha Capricorni. Didn't you say you weren't here for me? Why are you stopping me? Are you crazy? Wonku glared and roared. With that, Wonku didn't stop and immediately continued to flee towards the south. Stop him! Leave him alive! Alpha Capricorni roared. Boom! Boom! In the distance, Wonku was blasted into the air by the two immortals' palms. Two handprints appeared on Wonku's chest, and he stopped. Are you okay? Alpha Capricorni stared at him strangely. Wonku was fine when he slapped him just now, and now he was fine too? Wonku looked at the two big holes on his chest, and his face froze. Are these two F** King immortals freaks? Could he hit somewhere else? You're all showing some skin. Feeling depressed, Wonku tore open his shirt and took out another set of clothes to put on. Alpha Capricorni, didn't you say you wouldn't look for me? What are you doing? Wonku glared. Alpha Capricorni glared at Wonku. If I didn't look for you, why would I come all the way here? Wonku, I'm not looking for you, but you're also very important. Then who are you looking for? Wonku glared. I'm looking for Giguzi, Alpha Capricorni said in a deep voice. Giguzi? Xianghua and Dragon Emperor, who had stopped in the distance, narrowed their eyes. Wonku, you're Giguzi's successor, right? Humph, where's the great solar undying sword? If you're here, then Giguzi must be here too. You're just Giguzi's puppet. Tell Giguzi to come out, or today will be the day you die. Alpha Capricorni said coldly. Dragon Emperor and Xianghua looked at Wonku together. Was Alpha Capricorni telling the truth? Was Giguzi really there? In the distance, Simon Shunsui narrowed his eyes and looked at Alpha Capricorni. Your Majesty, don't give your hope to outsiders. Simon Shunsui shouted in the distance. Xianghua quivered and woke up. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 100 immortals surrounding him. Wonku, why aren't you calling Giguzi to come out? You have to understand that I didn't let the two-sword fairy kill you just now because I gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then I can only use you as a sacrifice. Alpha Capricorni said coldly. Wonku stared at Alpha Capricorni in the distance. Who tricked Alpha Capricorni? He actually said that my ancestor is here too? Are you kidding me? If my ancestor is here, how can I be so miserable? You want to see my grandfather? Wonku said in a deep voice. Giguzi is your grandfather? Ha ha ha, good you said it. Then is your grandfather willing to come out? Alpha Capricorni sneered. Why wouldn't he? If you want to see my grandfather, you should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, I would have taken you there already. Why are you going in such a big circle here? Wonku glared. Alpha Capricorni was stunned. What did you say? You're willing to take me to see Giguzi? In the southern divine continent, the corpse emperor and the great demon's pupils shrank as they watched the development on the screen. If you want to see my grandfather, why are you making such a big fuss? It's not a big deal. My grandfather is very hospitable. If a friend comes, he can't be more than happy. Wonku said immediately. Alpha Capricorni's eyes darkened. Are you fooling me? Why would I fool you? Aren't you the one who wants to see my grandfather? Why don't I take you there? Do you want to see my grandfather or not? Wonku glared. Alpha Capricorni's eyes darkened. He felt that something was wrong. Then let him come out. Alpha Capricorni said coldly. My grandfather isn't here. How can he come out? Even if you kill me now, you won't be able to see my grandfather. I'll take you there. My grandfather went fishing today, Wang Ke said. Fishing? Alpha Capricorni frowned. Yes, come with me. I'll take you there. It's not far anyway. We'll be there soon. My grandfather's grilling skills are superb. You can try it later, Wang Ke said enthusiastically. Alpha Capricorni. Should I go or not? Alpha Capricorni stared at Wang Ke. After confirming that Wang Ke couldn't escape from his grasp, he suppressed his surprise. Lead the way, Alpha Capricorni said in a deep voice. Okay, let's go, Wang Ke invited. Alpha Capricorni watched Wang Ke fly in front. After a moment of silence, he followed closely. Rumble. 102 immortal puppets followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the entrance of number 1 Shinwang Industrial Park. Xianghua and Dragon Emperor looked at each other blankly. Something was wrong. Whoosh! Simon Shunsway quickly flew closer. Your Majesty, Wang Ke must be lying to Alpha Capricorni. He just doesn't want his property to be destroyed. Don't believe in Giguzi. It's not like you don't know Wang Ke's character. Follow our original plan and carry it out quickly. Simon Shunsway said solemnly. He's protecting number 1 Shinwang Industrial Park? What time is it now? He's still protecting such a small amount of money? Xianghua was shocked. That's good too. Our benevolent god capital will be fine. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. Everything has already begun. There can't be any mistakes. Wang Ke can only be a backup plan. We've been waiting for Planet Divine continent for 3,000 years. Now's the time. Simon Shunsway said solemnly. Okay, let's go. Xianghua replied. Xianghua immediately followed with Dragon Emperor. Soon, Wang Ke and Alpha Capricorni arrived at the Southern Sea. Where is he? Alpha Capricorni stared at Wang Ke. Oh, right, I forgot to ask. Did you bring a gift to see my great-grandfather? It's your first time asking for advice. You should at least bring a gift, right? Wang Ke looked at Alpha Capricorni. Alpha Capricorni stared at Wang Ke. I'm here to send your great-grandfather off. Can't you see? You want a gift? Wang Ke, don't play any tricks. See? I have 102 immortals here. No matter how powerful you are, you can forget about resisting. If you don't let me see your great-grandfather now, I'll kill you immediately. Alpha Capricorni said fiercely. Do these 102 immortals really listen to you? Wang Ke approached Alpha Capricorni and looked at the immortals around him. What do you think? Alpha Capricorni said coldly. I just saw you use this full moon scimitar to control them. Does it mean that whoever holds this full moon scimitar can control these 100 immortals? Wang Ke asked curiously. You still want to snatch it? Alpha Capricorni sneered. No, I'm just asking. What I mean is, if you don't hold it firmly, will these immortals still listen to you? Wang Ke asked curiously. This is called Luna Scimitar, not Full Moon Scimitar. The spirit of the scimitar has already entered my body. Even if someone snatches it, these immortals will still listen to my orders. Wang Ke, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't call Giguzi out, I'll kill you now. Alpha Capricorni said fiercely. Don't be nervous. I didn't say not to call my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather is fishing nearby. Let everyone look around. Maybe my grandfather is on a small island nearby. Let everyone look. Wang Ke said as he approached Alpha Capricorni. Alpha Capricorni. Alpha Capricorni didn't understand what Wang Ke was up to, but he still ordered, look around. See if there's anyone on the nearby islands. Yes. The group of immortals turned around and looked around. Just as the immortals turned around to look, Alpha Capricorni suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A sense of danger enveloped him. Wang Ke, what are you doing? Alpha Capricorni turned his head and stretched out his hand to hit Wang Ku, who was leaning against him. However, the person in front of Alpha Capricorni was not Wang Ku, but the Great Sun. To be precise, it was the Great Sun's big mouth. Boom! Alpha Capricorni's palm hit the Great Sun's mouth. A hole appeared at the back of the Great Sun's head, but it was repaired in an instant. Alpha Capricorni's palm did not have any effect, but he was swallowed whole. Awoo! Alpha Capricorni was eaten. The great demon and corpse emperor of the southern divine continent saw the scene. Demon King, are these sky demons that you created mentally deficient? Corpse Emperor asked curiously. The great demon's face darkened. The great demon saw every step of Alpha Capricorni being swallowed. He originally thought that Wang Ku was too cunning, but when he heard Corpse Emperor's ridicule, he was immediately disappointed with Alpha Capricorni. Alpha Capricorni was too stupid. He was actually tricked by Wang Ku's simple trick? Of course, the great demon did not realize that it was not because Alpha Capricorni was too stupid, but because Corpse Emperor was constantly giving him psychological suggestions. These psychological suggestions were very ordinary, but very effective. With the image as evidence, the great demon was disappointed with Alpha Capricorni's ability. In the image, Wang Ku, how dare you trick me? Break! Alpha Capricorni roared in grief and indignation in the Great Sun's mouth. Rumble! The Great Sun was suddenly hit by Alpha Capricorni's palm, and countless palm strikes emerged. His entire body was also hit until it was distorted. It was a tragic sight. However, Wang Ku still held back. After all, he was now in the second tier of the immortal ascension realm. The Great Sun's strength could barely block an immortal. Bah! You want to kill me, but you won't let me trick you? You're a classic example of double standards. You think you're so great with the full moon scimitar in your hand and mobilizing more than 100 immortals? As long as I control you, the commander, they're useless. Wang Ku's disdainful voice sounded. It's not the full moon scimitar, it's the celestial scimitar. Wang Ku, you're courting death. You think you can't control them just because I've been swallowed by you? All immortals, listen up. Beat up Wang Ku for me. Alpha Capricorni ordered. What? Wang Ku's expression changed. He saw that the immortals who were looking for Giguzi suddenly looked ferocious. They all looked at Wang Ku, and a huge murderous intent enveloped Wang Ku. Oh my God, these immortal puppets are fully controlled by artificial intelligence. They're not manual. How can they attack on their own without your eyes looking? Wang Ku exclaimed. Kill! More than 100 immortals suddenly shouted and charged at Wang Ku. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 1040. Wang Ku didn't expect that Alpha Capricorni, even after being swallowed by the Great Sun, could still control 102 immortals to attack him. Wasn't this to increase his cultivation rapidly? Boom! The immortals attacked for the first time, but not all of them hit Wang Ku. Only 10 immortals hit Wang Ku first. 10 immortals, but that was still an earth-shattering attack. With a loud bang, Wang Ku was thrown into the depths of the sea. The sea below suddenly exploded into monstrous waves. The huge seabed shook, causing the central divine continent to shake. Boundless water roared around the central divine continent. In the Earth's crust, the Great Sun's eyes widened. Third tier immortal ascension realm? Wang Ku exclaimed, Break! Open your mouth and break for me. Alpha Capricorni shouted ferociously. However, the Great Sun desperately closed his mouth and refused to open it. Open my mouth and let you out? Are you dreaming? Wang Ku glared and scolded. Kill him for me. Alpha Capricorni roared in shock and anger. You really think I can't kill you, don't you? Have you forgotten how the other sky demon died? Great Sun said ferociously. Suddenly, the Great Sun undying sword appeared in the Great Sun's mouth and slashed at Alpha Capricorni. Boom! Alpha Capricorni dodged by a hair's breadth. When the Great Sun undying sword came, He felt that he was almost done for. Again, Wang Ke shouted, "No, self-destruct." Alpha Capricorni roared. Boom! With a loud bang, Alpha Capricorni suddenly self-destructed in Wang Ke's mouth. In an instant, Wang Ke's mouth exploded. Ah! Wang Ke screamed. The great sun's mouth exploded, and his body surged with air again. Fourth tier Immortal Ascension Realm? Damn, Alpha Capricorni. What else can you sky demons do besides self-destruct? Wang Ke roared angrily. The last time the Gamma Origi self-destructed, it was outside. Wang Ke was only close to it. The Immortal's self-destruct naturally couldn't compare to this one. This time, it exploded in Wang Ke's mouth. Wang Ke took all the power. In the distant southern divine continent, the great demon king watched everything with a dark expression. Great sun, undying technique? That's right, it was the great solar undying divine art. Humph. The great demon said with a gloomy face. The great demon, your subordinate Alpha Capricorni, is really useless. He has more than 100 immortals at his disposal, but he's still in such a sorry state. He had to self-destruct to escape. Your lunar scimitar is really a waste in his hands, the Corpse Emperor said coldly. Humph. The great demon's face turned ugly. Indeed, more than 100 immortals. You could have swept the entire world. In the end, Wang Ke, an Immortal Ascension Realm cultivator, had to self-destruct to escape? This is more than useless. If someone had told me this beforehand, I wouldn't have believed it. You don't even know how to deploy an army? Wang Ke's ability is only at the Immortal Ascension Realm. His speed and strength are inferior to yours, but his skin is a little thicker. You were actually forced to self-destruct to escape? The lunar scimitar shouldn't be used like this, and it shouldn't be wasted by him. If this continues, not only will we not be able to force out Giguzi, but the 100 immortals under your lunar scimitar will also be killed one after another. An incompetent general exhausts an entire army. The Corpse Emperor continued to whisper into the great demon's ears. The great demon stared at the screen. An incompetent general exhausts an entire army? How could Alpha Capricorni be so weak? Rumble. In the screen, Alpha Capricorni was reborn. The lunar scimitar flew away from Wang Ke and returned to the hands of the reborn Alpha Capricorni. Wang Ke, no one can save you this time. Alpha Capricorni roared ferociously. With a wave of his hand, Alpha Capricorni controlled all the immortals to kill Wang Ke. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The aura was so huge that it instantly pressed down on the sea. The terrifying power rushed straight to the immortals' heads and locked onto them. The immortals' faces changed as they looked up at the sky. What they saw was a bright moon falling from the sky and smashing into the crowd. The moon was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth, as if it had locked onto the immortals and was about to crush them to death. What? Alpha Capricorni looked up at the bright moon in the sky and exclaimed, "Lunar orb." The great demon squinted from afar. The great demon, when you first arrived 3,000 years ago, you revealed two great treasures. One was the lunar scimitar, and the other was the lunar orb. 1,000 years ago, you lent the lunar orb to the Dragon Emperor to play with in order to control the demon clans all over the world. Now it has appeared again. With the power of the lunar orb, you are suppressing more than 100 immortals in the lunar scimitar space. I wonder who will win. The Corpse Emperor looked at the huge moon in the screen and sneered. The lunar orb rushed straight to Alpha Capricorni, as if it was going to crush Alpha Capricorni in an instant. No, hold on. Alpha Capricorni roared in horror. Moe knew that the moon god sphere was on the same level as the moon god scimitar. Once it came crashing down, no one would be able to escape. The immortals had already formed a huge force field around them. It was as if the space had been frozen, and no one would be able to escape. Boom! The first immortal raised his hand to stop the lunar orb. However, The lunar orb was the great demon's treasure, an Earth immortal's treasure. How could a human immortal like you block it? Boom! 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 One by one, the immortals raised their hands to block the lunar orb's impact. After most of the immortals raised their hands, the lunar orb's crushing speed slowed down. In the southern divine continent, the great demon narrowed his eyes and waved his hand when he saw the lunar orb. After all, the lunar orb was the great demon's treasure. The great demon naturally thought that he could control it at will. However, the lunar orb in the screen didn't move at all. This is... The great demon's face darkened. What's wrong? The corpse emperor asked curiously. Ha, 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 ha. I underestimated the people of the world. My lunar orb was refined by someone, erased all traces of me. The great demon's face darkened. How is that possible? The corpse emperor said in shock. The great demon's face darkened. Giguzi, it must be him. Giguzi refined it? The corpse emperor said in shock. That's right. Who else could it be? The restrictive spell in the lunar orb was made by me at the Earth immortal realm. A human immortal would need at least 4,000 to 5,000 years to break it. Even an ordinary Earth immortal would need at least a few hundred years to break it. Unless it's Giguzi. Could it really be Giguzi? The great demon said with a grim face. Oh, the corpse emperor also looked at the screen in surprise. Giguzi? Giguzi? The great demon's face darkened. Demon King, I think this Alpha Capricorni is too weak. He has an army, but he doesn't know how to use it. Wang, who even took his head in the midst of the immortal realm. With his ability, even if he lured Giguzi out, he wouldn't be able to force Giguzi out. The corpse emperor frowned. The great demon. If it was before, the great demon would have scoffed at the corpse emperor's words. But at this moment, after listening to the corpse emperor's psychological hints, how could he still believe in Alpha Capricorni? He's a F** king piece of trash. The corpse emperor was right. He's good at secretly devouring all the demons in the world behind my back. But when I really ask him to do something, he's so disappointing and useless. The Demon King didn't realize that his mentality was slowly being changed by the corpse emperor. In the image, the dragon emperor was pushing the lunosphere with all his might. Xianghua, on the other hand, was waving her hand, revealing a giant painting that enveloped the lunosphere. The painting was descending bit by bit, trying to swallow the entire lunosphere and all the immortals into the painting. The great demon wanted to make a move, but when he remembered that Giguzi was still watching in the dark, he held himself back. At the same time, he was thinking of a countermeasure. In the image, together, push the lunosphere away. Alpha Capricorni roared. Rumble. Almost all the immortals were pushing against the lunosphere. Sure enough, no matter how powerful the lunosphere was, there were 103 immortals here, and it was slowly being pushed back. But even if their strength could withstand the lunosphere, they didn't have an overwhelming advantage. What was the use of pushing it bit by bit? The moonlight of the mountains and river painting was already covering them, although they didn't know what would happen if they were covered. It definitely wouldn't be good. Who else hasn't made a move? Alpha Capricorni looked around anxiously. Why are you staring at me? I'm not on the same side as you. I'm on the same side as the lunosphere. Wang Ke said. As he spoke, Wang Ke grabbed the great solar undying sword and was about to slash at Alpha Capricorni and the immortals. Alpha Capricorni's face stiffened. How did it become like this? Wang Ke, this bastard, is he going to stab me in the back? We're already having a hard time holding off the lunosphere, and you're still trying to take advantage of us? More importantly, Wang Ke's attacks are different from others. If Wang Ke kills me, I won't even be able to be reborn. I can't let Wang Ke kill me, I can't. Immortals, listen to my command. Use all your strength. Quick! Explode! Alpha Capricorni roared. Boom! With a loud bang, Moe fought against the full force of the immortals. He immediately broke free from the moon god's spear's force field suppression and exploded with a gust of wind. Under the protection of two immortals, he collided with Wang Ku and blew him out of the moon god's spear's force field suppression. Boom! With a loud bang, the lunosphere and the 100 immortals were swallowed by the moonlight of the mountains and river painting. Dragon Emperor activated the lunosphere within the moonlight of the mountains and river painting, while Xianghua used all her strength to control the moonlight of the mountains and river painting. Rumble! The moonlight of the mountains and river painting rumbled, as if 100 immortals were attacking and trying to tear it apart. Dragon Emperor, continue to stabilize the lunosphere. Use all your strength to suppress it. Xianghua anxiously called out. Okay. Dragon Emperor answered. It was Xianghua and Dragon Emperor controlling the lunosphere to trap the 100 immortals, but they had to pay a price for doing so. The two couldn't free themselves to save Wang Ku. Alpha Capricorni brought the sword fairy on his left and right and knocked Wang Ku out. My immortals? Alpha Capricorni cried out. Turning around, Alpha Capricorni was about to charge at Xianghua. Although Xianghua had a hard time controlling the moonlight of the mountains and river painting, there was still a suction force around it, as if it wanted to suck anyone who got close into the painting. Stop! Alpha Capricorni cried out. Alpha Capricorni stopped the sword fairy on his left and right. I can't get close. Once I get close to them, I'll be suppressed by the lunosphere's powerful force field and then sucked into the painting. Damn it, damn it. Alpha Capricorni was annoyed. Alpha Capricorni, come here. Xianghua shouted. Alpha Capricorni glared at Xianghua. Humph, Xianghua, don't be so smug. 100 immortals won't be suppressed. They'll soon tear apart your magic treasure and rush out. Your power is borrowed. You'll get weaker and weaker. I think you've reached a balance now. The power you can mobilize is constantly weakening. Soon, you won't be able to stop 100 immortals, and then it'll be your time of death. Alpha Capricorni said ferociously, It's useless no matter how much you shout. You can't do anything to me now. Xianghua said coldly, I can't do anything to you now, but you won't be able to hold on for long. Besides, we can deal with Wang Ku. Alpha Capricorni turned his head and looked at Wang Ku ferociously. However, Wang Ku had already flown far away, turning into a stream of light and fleeing to the horizon. Alpha Capricorni's face stiffened. This Wang Ku, can't you be a little more loyal? Your father-in-law is surrounded by us and you actually ran away? Are you still human? Are you too blind? Chase after him. Alpha Capricorni roared at the two-sword fairy on his left and right. P.S. First update. Chapter 1041. Wang Ku ran. He had to run. He was already at the 4th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. It was almost time to be cremated. What was the most important thing at this time? Call for help. Yes, call for help. Inform the big shots of the various divine continents that they can send me warmth. The merit that they prepared for me can be honored now. How can I call for help now? I have to inform everyone. However, Wang Ku had not run far when he was stopped by the two-sword fairies. Boom! Boom! Wang Ku was hit in the chest by the two-sword fairies in an instant and stopped. Wang Ku stared at the two large holes in his chest. Was it exposed again? Why were the two-sword fairies aiming at my pectorals? Damn! Were they immortals of the sex fiend in the past? Wang Ku, let's see where you can run to. Alpha Capricorni shouted as he approached. Calm down, Moe. Don't be so agitated. Let's talk this out. Wang Ku exclaimed. What should I do now? Can I still trick this Alpha Capricorni into coming into my mouth? Yes, definitely I can do it. Wang Ku was so excited that he wanted to continue tricking Alpha Capricorni. Chop him. Chop off his limbs before we talk. Alpha Capricorni shouted. Wang Ku, you sky demon, you have no morals. Can't you chat for a while? Why are you always fighting and killing? Wait, Alpha Capricorni, I have something to say. Wonka shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chop off his limbs now, quick! Alpha Capricorni roared. He had already been tricked by Wonka once. Again? Do you think I'm stupid? Master is staring at me. If I don't chop you down right now, will Master kill me? No, I have something important to say. It's about the story of my great-grandfather Guguzi and the great demon. Wait a minute. Wonka shouted anxiously. However, the two sword fairies were too fast. In an instant, they were already in front of him. Are you all deaf? Listen to me. Wonka exclaimed. Wonka still had one more move to deal with the immortals, which was to put the great solar undying sword into his body and let them kill him. Then the great solar undying sword would automatically counterattack. However, it was useless. They had to kill him first. They were only chopping off his arms and legs. The great solar undying sword would not automatically retaliate. What should he do now? Shing! Suddenly, a green sword light pierced the sky. A sword aura rushed out and instantly collided with the long swords of the two sword fairy. The two sword fairies' long swords were sent flying. The two sword fairy also retreated. What? Alpha Capricorni's face darkened. A man in white suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ku and protected Wang Ku behind him. Master. Wang Ku exclaimed in surprise. Qin Tianyuan? How is that possible? You're just a mortal. How did you block the attacks of the two sword fairies? You're just a mortal. Alpha Capricorni was also surprised. Qin Tianyuan ignored Alpha Capricorni and looked at Wang Ku. Wang Ku, what kind of style are you wearing? At this moment, Wang Ku was wearing beach pants. His shirt had 2 holes in his pectoralis major. Master, the 3 of them are sex fiends. You have to save me. Wang Ku immediately pointed at them and scolded. Sex fiends. Qin Tianyuan turned to Alpha Capricorni. Alpha Capricorni, you're the sex fiend. I'm the sky demon. Kill him. He's just a mortal. Do it. Alpha Capricorni pointed at Qin Tianyuan and roared. Xing! The 2 sword fairies instantly charged at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan's eyes turned cold. He immediately waved the long sword in his hand. Countless sword energy storms exploded along with Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan was surrounded by sword energy storms. As Qin Tianyuan waved a sword, it was as if countless sword energy had appeared and slashed at the 2 sword fairy and Alpha Capricorni. Boom! Under the huge force, the 2 immortals were forced to retreat. A sword mark appeared on Alpha Capricorni's body as he retreated. Impossible, impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you stop us? Alpha Capricorni exclaimed. Can't a mortal kill an immortal? Qin Tianyuan's eyes turned cold. Boom! Qin Tianyuan unleashed all his sword energy. Fighting 1 against 3, he instantly slashed out ferocious sword energy. The 2 sword fairies could only defend themselves. Alpha Capricorni was in an even worse state. The wounds on his body continued to increase. Wang Ku, who was not far away, had already widened his eyes. Master, you're really fierce. You're fighting 3 immortals with a mortal body? You're not already at the 10th tier of the immortal realm, are you? Wang Ku was not the only one who was surprised. The great demon and corpse emperor of the southern divine continent also looked at the screen in surprise. Qin Tianyuan, immortal body, 10th tier of the immortal realm? The corpse emperor narrowed his eyes. No, he's only at the 9th tier of the immortal realm. The great demon said in a low voice, What, 9th tier of the immortal realm? He can defeat an immortal? Even Jiang Huang had to mobilize the power of a nation to defeat an immortal. The corpse emperor frowned. Sword cultivator? Sword Dao? His sword Dao is too powerful. What an amazing sword Dao! I've only seen such a sharp sword Dao from Guguzi. It's not very powerful, but each strike is aimed at the opponent's weakness. For 3,000 years, no one in the sword Tao is a match for him. The great demon said in a low voice, Qin Tianyuan, the best sword Tao in the world for 3,000 years. The corpse emperor looked at the great demon. That's right. Even the two sword fairies who cultivate the sword are not as good as Qin Tianyuan. He hasn't become an immortal. If he becomes an immortal, he'll be in even more danger. Could it be that Giguzi also taught him the sword Tao? The great demon said in a low voice. Then, the corpse emperor looked at the scene in front of him. It doesn't matter. Although the sword Tao makes up for the flaws in his cultivation, he's still only at the 9th tier of the immortal ascension realm. He can't kill Alpha Capricorni and the other two. At most, he'll just injure them. The great demon said confidently. Sure enough, in the scene, Chen Tianyuan had the upper hand against the three of them. However, he couldn't kill the three immortals. Wang Ke saw that Chen Tianyuan had the upper hand and shouted, Master, you hold him back. I'll go get reinforcements. With that, Wang Ke turned around and flew away. Alpha Capricorni, who was fighting Qin Tianyuan, saw Wang Ke fly away and his face froze. Anyone can leave, but Wang Ke can't. If you leave, where can I find your great-grandfather Giguzi? Wang Ke, stop right there. Alpha Capricorni roared. However, Wang Ke didn't listen to him. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the horizon, leaving only a small black dot. He's gone? How infuriating! Even more infuriating was that Chen Tianyuan was actually suppressing the three of them. What should we do? Break! Go after Wang Ke! Alpha Capricorni roared. Boom! The three immortals attacked, but it was useless. Qin Tianyuan's sword Tao was too powerful. The three of them couldn't break free. Breaking free was fine, but regardless of the consequences, Qin Tianyuan chopped off their heads or limbs. What should we do now? He was so anxious. Was the king about to fly away? Self-destruct. Alpha Capricorni could only roar in grief. Boom! Qin Tianyuan was blown away by the explosion, and so were the two sword immortals on the left and right. Qin Tianyuan was blown away by the explosion. Stop, Qin Tianyuan. You too stop, Qin Tianyuan. Alpha Capricorni was reborn and roared. When Qin Tianyuan stabbed his sword, Alpha Capricorni had already escaped from Qin Tianyuan's sword Qi domain and immediately chased after Wang Ke. Stop! Qin Tianyuan shouted. Stop him! Alpha Capricorni only shouted one sentence and flew away. The two sword fairy on his left and right ferociously continued to block Qin Tianyuan. Without Alpha Capricorni, the two sword fairies' situation became even more difficult. But even so, the two sword fairies still managed to block Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan could only watch as Alpha Capricorni chased after Wang Ke, and in the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the horizon. Far away, southern god continent, this Alpha Capricorni self-destructed again. The corpse emperor revealed a strange expression. The great demon's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Although the corpse emperor did not say anything sarcastic this time, his attitude was the biggest irony. This Alpha Capricorni is really incompetent. In the image, Alpha Capricorni was chasing Wang Ke, and soon he would catch up to Wang Ke. The image was of a huge island. The demonic god's capital? Wang Ke went to the demonic god's capital. He went to find the evil emperor for help, right? The corpse emperor frowned. Sure enough, in the image, Wang Ke flew to the demonic god's capital and shouted, Your Majesty, help! There's an immortal chasing after me, Your Majesty! Wang Ke shouted from afar. At this moment, at the entrance of the demonic god's palace, the evil emperor stepped onto the square and looked to the north. Wang Tinfeng stood beside him, and around them stood the officials of the evil dynasty. The strange phenomenon in the sky and the huge tremors on the northern sea had already made the evil emperor unable to sit still. He stood outside the palace and looked into the distance. Sure enough, Wang Ke flew over from afar, followed by a rainbow light. An immortal chasing after Wang Ke? The evil emperor raised an eyebrow. Alpha Capricorni? Wang Tinfeng frowned. Wang Ke came to ask for help. The evil emperor did not hesitate and looked to the sky. Citizens of the evil dynasty, please raise your right hand immediately and borrow my strength. I want to borrow everyone's strength to kill this evil thief. The evil emperor shouted. Rumble. The virtuous clouds churned, and the evil emperor's voice instantly spread to the ears of all citizens of the evil dynasty. The evil emperor wanted to save Wang Ke, not because Wang Ke was the great demon god, but because his daughter Long Yu had personally asked him to look after her. The evil emperor still remembered that when he agreed to help Wang Ke, Long Yu had called out "Mother." Even if it was just to hear Long Yu call him "Mother," the evil emperor would definitely not just stand by and watch. Roar! The power of the evil dynasty and the power of countless citizens gathered into the thin, virtuous clouds and poured into the evil emperor's body. Boom! The evil emperor's body surged with a monstrous aura, and a monstrous aura spread out. The evil emperor soared into the sky, holding the evil god's sword in his hand, and faced Wang Ke. Your Majesty, save me! Wang Ke cried out excitedly. Slash! The evil emperor slashed at Alpha Capricorni behind him. What? Alpha Capricorni cried out in alarm. In a hurry, Alpha Capricorni could only use his lunar scimitar to meet the attack. Boom! With a loud explosion, a monstrous storm erupted. Alpha Capricorni was instantly blown away by the evil emperor's terrifying attack. Uft! Alpha Capricorni spat out a mouthful of blood before stabilizing his body. Your Majesty, injure Alpha Capricorni and leave him to me. I can kill him. Wang Ke fanned the flames. You, Alpha Capricorni, cried out in alarm from afar. Okay, the evil emperor agreed. Obviously, the evil emperor did not want to give Alpha Capricorni a chance to escape. He immediately charged forward again. The evil emperor, you dare to fight against Master? Alpha Capricorni threatened. However, the evil emperor did not care at all. The evil god, sword in his hand, ferociously attacked again and again. At the same time, in a palace shrouded in rainbow light in the evil god city, Wang Gushin was in seclusion. Wang Gushin was originally sitting cross-legged. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Although separated by the palace, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the battle outside. It's about time. Wang Gushin's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he slowly stood up. P.S. Second update. Chapter 1042. The evil emperor mobilized the power of a nation and used the evil god's sword to kill Zeta Origi in the past. The moon god scimitar was not only a ceremonial weapon used to command the immortals, but also a divine weapon. Wielded by Alpha Capricorni, its power was naturally extraordinary. It could barely contend with the evil emperor. Rumble! The two of them fought in the sky. Wang Ke went straight to the entrance of the evil god's temple. Men, where are the people I arranged? Wang Ke shouted in the square of the evil god's temple. Wang Ke, who are you looking for? Wang Tinfeng looked at Wang Ke. They are the people that Shimin Shanshui arranged for me. They have doppelgangers, and the other doppelganger is in the good god capital. I want to contact Shimin Shanshui through their doppelganger. Old Huang, didn't you know about it last time? Where are they? Wang Ke asked anxiously. Them? I don't know, they all left. Wang Tinfeng said. Wang Ke's face stiffened. What's going on? Those people were arranged by Simon Shunsway and they all left? What should I do now? I need merit points now. Old Huang, do you know where they went? Wang Ke asked anxiously. I don't know. Wang Tinfeng shook his head. Wang Ke looked anxious and was about to leave. But at this moment there was a loud bang in the main hall where Wang Gushin was in seclusion. Boom! With a loud bang, The door of the main hall opened and countless colorful streams of light rushed into the sky, dyeing the world in 7 colors, and a terrifying aura erupted. Wang Gushen! Wang Ke's face changed. Not far away, Wang Gushen slowly walked out of the main hall, and the colorful streams of light were much stronger than Alpha Capricorni. Wang Gushen came out of seclusion and looked up into the sky. When he saw the battle up above, his eyes narrowed, and he stomped his foot down. Wang Gushen instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield and struck Alpha Capricorni with his palm. Huh! The battle in the sky suddenly stopped, and the evil emperor and Alpha Capricorni suddenly separated. Alpha Capricorni, you dare to hit my wife? Wang Gushen glared angrily. Wang Gushen, did I hit her? She was the one who chased after me, can't you see? Alpha Capricorni roared. I don't see it, and I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from little Xian. Wang Gushen glared at Alpha Capricorni, refusing to back down. Clearly, Wang Gushen was also a wife-protecting maniac. Turning his head, Wang Gushen looked at the evil emperor. Xiaoxian, are you all right? Husband, you're out of seclusion? The evil emperor's face lit up. I'm out of seclusion, Wang Gushen said gently. Husband, about Long Yue? The evil emperor said worriedly. After all, the evil emperor and the evil emperor loved each other very much. But back in the abyss, the evil emperor almost fell out with Wang Gushen due to his desire for each other's daughter. At the mention of Long Yu, Wang Gushen's face darkened. Don't mention her. The evil emperor looked bitter. Husband, we've all been deceived by the great demon. The great demon wants to devour all the evil spirits in the world. He wants to slaughter the entire world. The evil emperor said anxiously, Wang Gushen raised his eyebrows and looked puzzled. It's true. We've already heard the news from the sky demon. This group of sky demons used curses to devour the power of countless evil spirits. The evil emperor immediately described to Wang Gushen. Wang Gushen frowned slightly. How can you believe such words? It's true, the evil emperor said anxiously. I don't believe it. The great demon's strength has reached the peak and he controls the heavenly Tao. How can he still devour external forces? Wang Gushen said in a deep voice. Husband, the evil emperor exclaimed anxiously. Not far away, Alpha Capricorni was also anxious. He didn't know what to do at this moment. If they continued to fight, he would definitely lose. He couldn't even deal with the evil emperor. Just now, Wang Gushen appeared and sent him flying with a palm. They were both human immortals, but Wang Gushen seemed to be stronger than him. That's enough, little Xian. Believe me, these are all nonsense. Sky Demon? They're a bunch of idiots. They can't do anything right. For their own selfish reasons, they even slandered the great demon. How can you believe their words? The great demon has reached such a level of strength. How can he kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? He paid a huge price to spread demons all over the world and then devoured them? How can this be? Don't be instigated by the righteous path, Wang Gushen said. But the evil emperor's expression was complicated. Although the evil emperor believed Wang Ku and the others, the evil emperor trusted her husband more. Except for her daughter, the evil emperor generally wouldn't make things difficult for her husband. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the distance. In the distance, Qin Tianyuan was fighting as he moved forward. He had already closed in on them. Wang Ku, Qin Tianyuan seemed to be worried and shouted, Master, I'm fine. Be careful of the 2 sword fairy next to you. Wang Ku yelled from afar. Not only did Qin Tianyuan come, but Xianghua also flew closer. The huge moonlight of mountains and rivers painting was now covered in cracks, as if it would explode at any moment. Xianghua was also having a hard time controlling it. Sister, come and help me. Quick, this group of immortals is about to come out, Xianghua said anxiously in the distance. Husband. The evil emperor looked anxious. Wang Gushin looked at Alpha Capricorni and said with a gloomy face, "The great demon came out." "So what if he did? Wang Gushin, what do you want?" Alpha Capricorni said worriedly, "You really are a piece of trash. The great demon gave you the lunosimeter, and you let out the immortals refined by the great demon and still look so pathetic. You really are a joke," Wang Gushin said with a glare. As he spoke, Wang Gushin took a step forward and rushed toward Xianghua. "Wang Gushin, you came out? The great demon wants to kill all the demons of the world. Come and help me," Xianghua said in surprise. Xianghua's surprise was met with a palm from Wang Gushin. With a boom, Xianghua was sent flying. "What?" Xianghua exclaimed. Boom! The moonlight of mountains and rivers painting exploded. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, and the sea outside the demonic god's capital was instantly swept up by a tsunami. The huge lunosphere was instantly exposed, pressing down on the 100 immortals below. The 100 immortals' auras were violent as they held the lunosphere. Dragon Emperor stepped onto the moon god's sphere and activated it with all his might. "Lunosphere? Dragon Emperor? Humph! How dare you?" Wang Gushin glared, wanting to hit Dragon Emperor. Wang! The moon god's orb suddenly emitted a layer of silver light, instantly knocking Wang Gushin away. "Wang Gushin, are you crazy? The great demon wants to kill you, and you still want to help the great demon?" Dragon Emperor roared. "The great demon wants to kill me? This kind of low-level attempt to sow discord? You think I'll believe it?" Wang Gushin glared. Wang Gushin saw that he couldn't get close to the lunosphere, and his figure flashed, appearing on Chen Tinyuan's battlefield. Boom! Wang Gushin came too quickly, instantly sending Chen Tianyuan into the sea with a palm, splashing up monstrous waves. The two sword fairy were also stunned, unable to react for a moment. "Alpha Capricorni, what are you still standing there for? Control the two sword fairy, and you, come with me to break the force field of the lunosphere and save the 100 immortals. Only by saving them can we suppress the lunosphere," Wang Gushin shouted. "Ah, how?" Alpha Capricorni was confused. "The force field around the lunosphere can't be approached at all. You were sent flying, didn't you see? How?" "You're really useless. As long as we synchronize our forces, we can break the surface with a single point. The three of you, work together with me," Wang Gushin roared. "Aye?" Alpha Capricorni's face froze. "Easy for you to say. Work together with a single point to break the surface? How can you be so synchronized? You have the lunosimeter in your hand, and you don't know how to use it?" Wang Gushin glared. Alpha Capricorni was silent. Far away in the southern divine continent, the Corpse Emperor and the Great Demon were also silent as they watched the scene in front of them. "The Great Demon, this Alpha Capricorni's ability is really..." the Corpse Emperor said with a strange expression. The Great Demon was completely disappointed in Alpha Capricorni at this moment. "Alpha Capricorni is ultimately useless. I just don't know if this Wang Gushin is trustworthy." The Corpse Emperor shook his head. After the Corpse Emperor finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. The Great Demon stared at Alpha Capricorni's incompetence on the screen. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Wang Gushin," the Great Demon said. Boom! The Great Demon's voice boomed into Alpha Capricorni's surroundings. Alpha Capricorni was like a megaphone, instantly blasting the Great Demon's voice out. The Great Demon. Wang Gushin's face darkened. The Great Demon. The evil Emperor, Xianghua, and the Dragon Emperor's faces also changed. "Did you hear what your wife said just now?" The Great Demon's voice came. Wang Gushin bowed slightly towards the source of the voice. "The Great Demon, are you underestimating me, Wang Gushin? How could I possibly believe this level of sowing discord? Back then I said I would be loyal to you. Naturally, I wouldn't be half-hearted. I believe that one day you will leave Star Divine continent for revenge, right? At that time, you definitely won't be going back alone. I think I can go with you to battle. Good. The great demon's cold voice came. As for you devouring evil spirits, I think it's fake, but so what if it's real? Even if you really devour many evil spirits, I believe you won't devour me. Because I have the ability, you will definitely keep me and go with you. Wang Gushin said confidently. Good. The great demon looked at Wang Gushin in satisfaction. Wang Gushin bowed slightly, as if waiting for the great demon's response. The great demon did not immediately choose to completely trust Wang Gushin. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Wang Tinfeng, your subordinate is here. Wang Tinfeng suddenly knelt down in the evil god's temple's plaza. Old Huang, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your identity? Wang Ku exclaimed. Why are you so fearful of the great demon? Didn't you want to fight against the great demon with us? Old Huang? I'm no longer the Wang Tinfeng from back then. My body has been modified by Master into a sky demon's body. I'm different from you. I'm the great demon's subordinate. Wang Tinfeng sneered. What? Wang Ke frowned in surprise. Wang Tinfeng, can Wang Gushin be trusted? The great demon asked in a low voice. Under Master's orders, your subordinate has always been hiding beside the evil emperor, Jiang Xian, and has never interfered with other sky demons' missions. Your subordinate only has one mission, and that is to keep an eye on the evil emperor and Wang Gushin. Many things have happened over the years. In order to obtain the evil emperor's trust, your subordinate did not hesitate to fall out with Morpheus. However, everything is in my eyes. The evil emperor was instigated by Wang Ku and the others, and that's why his mentality changed. As for Wang Gushin, he has always been loyal to Master. He is trustworthy. Huang Tianfeng respectfully bowed towards the great demon king's voice in Mo Yi's direction. F*CK, you're the biggest spy? Wang Ku exclaimed as he looked at Wang Tinfeng. Wang Tinfeng, you've been lying to me all these years? In the distance, the evil emperor also glared angrily. Liking the evil emperor? Pursuing the evil emperor? So it was just to gain the sympathy of the evil emperor, to gain the trust of the evil emperor. So it was just to keep an eye on the evil emperor, and to keep an eye on Wang Gushin. Wang Tinfeng had long since pledged his loyalty to the great demon, and was even transformed into a sky demon by the great demon? Wang Tinfeng, you used little Xian to keep an eye on me? Wang Gushin's eyes were cold. Wang Tinfeng bowed to Wang Gushin. Wang Gushin, I'm sorry. It's all to be loyal to Master. Humph. Wang Gushin coldly snorted. In the distance, the great demon stared at Wang Gushin on the screen, then revealed a satisfied expression. Alpha Capricorni, give the lunar scimitar to Wang Gushin. At the same time, remove the contract with the scimitar spirit. Wang Gushin will form a contract with the scimitar spirit, and Wang Gushin will control the lunar scimitar. The great demon's cold voice sounded. Yes, Alpha Capricorni's face was filled with reluctance, but he did not dare to disobey. Wang Gushin, I want you to lead the immortals and force out Giguzi. The great demon's voice sounded again. As you command, Wang Gushin replied. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 1043. Under the great demon's command, Alpha Capricorni had no choice but to force the sword spirit out of his body, and at the same time erase his blood contract with the sword spirit. From this moment on, Alpha Capricorni missed the opportunity to obtain the Luna Scimitar. Alpha Capricorni's face was full of gloom. Wang Gushin took the Luna Scimitar, looked at the sword spirit in front of him, and forced a drop of blood into the scimitar. The sword spirit trembled and immediately established a new contract with Wang Gushin, and went into Wang Gushin's body. The rainbow light around Wang Gushin's body receded, and he reached out to grab the Luna Scimitar. Good sword! Wang Gushin's eyes lit up. Wang Gushin, what do we do now? How do we break this force field and save the 100 immortals? Alpha Capricorni immediately urged. Don't worry. Wang Gushin said, holding the lunasimeter. What do you mean, don't worry? Weren't you worried just now? Alpha Capricorni exclaimed. That's why I said you're useless. Especially at a time like this, you can't be anxious. Wang Gushin said coldly. What did you say? Alpha Capricorni glared. Husband. The evil emperor, who was not far away, came forward worriedly. Little Shen, it's okay, trust me. Wang Gushin said gently. The evil emperor looked around, not knowing what to do for a moment. But when he heard Wang Gushin's gentle words, everything calmed down. Although the evil emperor was also worried about the great demon. As long as her husband said it was okay, then it must be okay. The evil emperor slowly calmed down. Wang Ku, who was far away, saw that something was wrong. Wang Tinfeng had become the biggest spy? How the hell could he still stay here? Turning around, Wang Ku fled into the distance. Wang Ku is running away. Wang Tinfeng suddenly shouted. Old Huang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Wang Ku glared at Wang Tinfeng. Damn it, Wang Ku, where do you think you're going? Alpha Capricorni's expression changed as he rushed forward. Boom! In the sea, Qin Tianyuan slashed out with a sword and immediately knocked away Alpha Capricorni. Master, quick, go and inform Simon Shunsui. I need merit points. I need merit points now. You can fly fast. Go and help me. Wang Ku said anxiously. Inform Simon Shunsui. Qin Tianyuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I understand. The people that Simon Shunsui and I left in the demonic God City didn't leave. They must have been killed by that traitor Wang Tinfeng. Maybe he just did it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Simon Shunsui not to know. Master, let's split up. Hurry up. Wang Ku called out anxiously. Boom! Qin Tianyuan sent Alpha Capricorni flying with his sword and immediately shot into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Gushin, hurry up and do something. Stop them. Alpha Capricorni shouted anxiously. Alpha Capricorni was knocked away by Qin Tianyuan, but suddenly went to intercept Wang Ku. Obviously, he didn't want Wang Ku to leave. Wang Gushin glanced at Alpha Capricorni in the distance and ignored him. Instead, he grabbed the lunar scimitar and looked at it carefully. Far away in the southern divine continent, Corpse Emperor and the great demon looked at Wang Gushin in confusion. After all, Alpha Capricorni's incompetence had disappointed the great demon. The great demon was still looking forward to Wang Gushin's stunning performance. But why was Wang Gushin standing there motionless? Demon King, what is Wang Gushin planning? Corpse Emperor asked curiously. The great demon didn't understand either. Wasn't Wang Gushin leading the immortals to force Giguzi out? What was he doing there? Didn't he see that the lunar god sphere was still suppressing the 100 immortals? The lunar god sphere was only controlled by the dragon emperor before. Now, Xianghua also flew onto the lunar god sphere to control it. After waiting for a while, Wang Gushin didn't move. Wang Gushin, what are you doing? The great demon said coldly. Suddenly, the great demon's voice came from Alpha Capricorni and Wang Tinfeng in the distance. Obviously, the sky demon's body could be used as the great demon's voice transmission device. The great demon's voice could be transmitted. However, Wang Gushin still hugged the evil emperor's waist and didn't say anything. He just held the lunar god scimitar and looked around the battlefield. The sword fairy on his left and right stood there motionless, not knowing what to do. Alpha Capricorni was chasing Wang Ku in the distance and couldn't come over to question him. Huang Tianfeng was the only one who stepped forward. Wang Gushin, Master is talking to you. He's asking you why you haven't moved. Didn't you hear him? Wang Tinfeng glared and shouted. Wang Gushin's eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Tinfeng. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Wang Gushin, why are you looking at me like that? I already said that I used to listen to Master's orders. We were all loyal to Master. I didn't do anything. All these years, I just followed the evil emperor. In order to carry out the evil emperor's orders. I even made an enemy of Morpheus. You still hold a grudge? Wang Tinfeng exclaimed. Wang Gushin looked at the evil emperor. Little Xian, how do you feel when you look at Wang Tinfeng now? Disgusting. The evil emperor's face was full of hatred. Not only was he tricked by Wang Tinfeng, not only was he being watched, but he was also disgusted by Wang Tinfeng's character. The righteous Path's Huang family thought so highly of Wang Tinfeng, but he betrayed the family? He thought that Huang Xiaolong betrayed the righteous path because of him. But it turned out that Huang Xiaolong had betrayed him from the start. The evil emperor, a wise man, submits to circumstances. This world will belong to the great demon sooner or later. I made the right choice. Wang Tinfeng said. You didn't hear little Xian's words. He said, You're disgusting. Wang Gushin snarled. Wang Gushin, what are you doing? I'm Master's man. Wang Tinfeng had a bad feeling. Boom! Wang Gushin abruptly attacked, slamming his palm onto Huang Tianfeng's head. Ah, Wang Gushin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ah, what kind of flame is this? Burning my primordial spirit. Master, Master, save me. Wang Tinfeng screamed in fear. Wang Tinfeng was already engulfed by the seven-colored flame, unable to move. Rumble. As the fire burned, Wang Tinfeng let out a shrill scream. Wang Gushin, what are you doing? The great demon stared in shock. Die! Wang Gushin roared. Boom! Wang Tinfeng was instantly burned by the fire, turning into a puff of smoke in the blink of an eye, as if he was about to be reborn. However, Wang Gushin reached out and pinched, and the puff of smoke was condensed into a red pill. This is... The evil emperor exclaimed. This is the power of the sky demon. Little Xian, open your mouth and eat it. Wang Gushin said in a deep voice. What? This is Wang Tinfeng. It's not Wang Tinfeng. All traces of Wang Tinfeng have been burned away by me. This is the purest power of the sky demon. Just a kind of pure energy. Without the heavenly Tao engraving Wang Tinfeng's consciousness, it's nothing. Eat. Wang Gushin said again. The evil emperor glanced at Wang Gushin and ate it without hesitation. Boom! The evil emperor's body suddenly emitted a black flame. Wang Gushin, what are you doing? Did you break the curse seal in Jiang Xian's body? The great demon's cold voice came from Alpha Capricorni in the distance. Something's wrong, the great demon. Something's wrong with that Wang Gushin. Corpse Emperor suddenly exclaimed. The great demon glanced at Corpse Emperor. Something's wrong? Sure enough, the great demon immediately noticed something was wrong. Wang Gushin, you're burning my saber spirit? You're completely refining the saber spirit? The great demon was furious. In the distance, Alpha Capricorni, who was fighting the great sun, also turned to look. Refine! Wang Gushin roared. Boom! 7 colored flames emerged from Wang Gushin's body. You've refined my saber spirit? Impossible! You're just a human immortal. Even if you've established a contract with the saber spirit, you can't completely refine the saber spirit. How did you do it? Could it be you lied to me? You're not a human immortal. You're an earth immortal. The great demon's cold voice came. Wang Gushin's body was covered in 7 colored flames, and the lunasimeter in his hand was also wrapped in 7 colored flames. Thank you, the great demon, for giving me the lunasimeter, ha 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 ha. Wang Gushin suddenly laughed. This laughter seemed to be mocking the great demon. Not good. This Wang Gushin is betraying you? He's trying to cheat you of the lunasimeter? Corpse Emperor exclaimed. Could the great demon not see it? The great demon king could tell by now that Wang Gushin had changed from his previous respectful attitude to that haughty attitude of his. He was just mocking him. Wang Gushin, do you know the consequences of betraying me? The great demon's tone was cold. Consequences? Is this the consequences? Jiang Huang, let go and return my treasure to me, Wang Gushin said coldly. In the distance, Xianghua, who was activating the Luna orb with Dragon Emperor, suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. Dragon Emperor, let go! Xianghua was overjoyed. What? Dragon Emperor was confused. I said let go. Xianghua immediately pulled Dragon Emperor. Boom! The moment the two let go, the Luna orb shook violently and broke free from the 100 Immortals. This time, the Luna orb didn't attack the 100 Immortals. Instead, it suddenly shrank and went straight for Wang Gushin. Boom! The Luna orb landed in Wang Gushin's left hand. At this moment, Wang Gushin let go of the evil emperor's slender waist. He held the Luna orb in his left hand and the Luna scimitar in his right. Rainbow flames erupted around him and an enormous aura rushed out, creating a huge storm in the void. The rainbow light covered the sky and covered the earth. Earth Immortal? Is this the aura of an Earth Immortal? Earth Immortal? Alpha Capricorni exclaimed in the distance. At this moment, Dragon Emperor and Wang Ku were stunned. What's going on? Wang Gushin became an Earth Immortal? Wang Gushin, Earth Immortal? You lied to me? The great demon's cold voice erupted from Alpha Capricorni's body. I lied to you? Isn't that normal? The great demon, you didn't really think I was loyal to you, did you? Have you forgotten how many ancestors of my Wang family were slaughtered by you? Do you really think that I've forgotten? Humph, and this Wang Tinfeng? Do you think I didn't know he was a spy sent by you? I know all about it, I know all about it. Wang Gushin's face twisted. I understand now. The war with the righteous faction 1,000 years ago was just a show? You were sealed for 1,000 years just to deceive me? The great demon's voice was cold. Yes, I did it on purpose. Without this 1,000 years of seal, how could I have refined the Luna orb? Without this 1,000 years of planning, how could I have completely mastered your 2 Earth immortal Dharma treasures today? Wang Gushin said coldly. 1,000 years? A show? Wang Gushin, you really are a schemer. The great demon said coldly. 3,000 years ago, you had the Luna orb in your left hand and the Luna scimitar in your right hand. With your Earth immortal cultivation, you swept the world. If I didn't plan this, how could I have switched positions? Now, all your Earth immortal Dharma treasures are in my hands. Your 100 immortal puppets are all my puppets. I am also an Earth immortal now. 3,000 years of enmity, it's time to settle it. Today, I, Wang Gushin, will represent the world and slay you, Demon King. Wang Gushin shouted. Hum. Wang Gushin's voice boomed. At this moment, the evil emperor stared at Wang Gushin, as if he didn't know this husband of his. Dragon Emperor looked at Xianghua in disbelief. You knew? You knew, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me? How would I dare to say such a thing? Not many people in the world knew. I only found out from my father later. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known my brother-in-law had such great strategy and courage. Xianghua exclaimed. I understand now. Throne of the great emperor? Ha ha ha, when you asked me for the throne, it wasn't to become the great emperor, but to sneak around? I could have secretly sent the lunar orb to you through the throne, so you could have refined my lunar orb underground? The great demon said coldly. No, the advantage of the throne is that I can borrow the power of the heavenly path to force my human immortal cultivation to Earth immortal. I was only a human immortal back then, only one step away from Earth immortal, sealed for 1,000 years. That's also 1,000 years of seclusion. I refined the lunar orb, and it helped me. There are traces of an Earth immortal on it, and it helped me reach Earth immortal. The great demon, it's all because your sky demon subordinates are too useless. Ha 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 ha. Wang Gushin said savagely. You're asking for it. The great demon roared. In the distance, Wang, Ku also stared at Wang Gushin. F***CK, that was too early. Wang Gushin is the biggest spy. P.S. First update. Chapter 1044. Southern Divine Continent. The entrance of the immortal palace. The corpse emperor stared at the image in front of him in disbelief. The great demon's expression darkened. Wang Gushin? Good, very good. You're the first one who dared to scheme against me in 3,000 years. Do you think the lunar god scimitar is yours now? In the image, Wang Gushin narrowed his eyes at the voice coming from Alpha Capricorni. The 100 immortals are under my command now. Don't you think it's mine? Whoosh! The 100 immortals bowed solemnly at Wang Gushin with a wave of his hand. Not necessarily. You must have refined the lunar god's orb for hundreds of years. You've only refined the lunar god's scimitar for a short while. Do you think it's enough? The great demon said coldly. As he spoke, the great demon waved his hand. On the screen, the 100 immortals who were bowing to Wang Gushin suddenly unleashed powerful energy palms at him. It was as if they were going to attack Wang Gushin. Wang Gushin's expression changed. Wang Gushin immediately sent the evil emperor into the distance with a palm. At the same time, he activated the lunar god's scimitar with all his might. The lunar god's scimitar trembled slightly. The 100 immortals immediately held back their energy palms. How is it? Did these immortals listen to you? The great demon sneered. In the image, Wang Gushin did not look worried. Instead, he smiled coldly. Then let's see which of us can control the 100 immortals. Rumble. The 100 immortals' palms slowly faced the sky. They were clearly under the lunar god's scimitar's control. The great demon was unwilling to admit defeat. He reached out and pressed down. In the image, the 100 immortals gradually directed their energy palms at Wang Gushin. In this way, it was as if the two of them were fighting for control of the 100 immortals. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Neither could completely control the 100 immortals. The great demon said coldly, "What a good Wang Gushin! In such a short time, you've actually refined the moon god's scimitar to such a level. I still have to thank you for letting Alpha Capricorni deliver the lunar scimitar to me. You even helped me erase the contract on it, allowing me to easily refine most of it." Wang Gushin sneered. Alpha Capricorni? The great demon was furious. The face of Alpha Capricorni, who was the sound engineer, changed. It's over. Master is blaming me for all the problems. What should I do? What to do? I have to atone for my sins with meritorious deeds. What should I do? I can't beat Wang Gushin right now. What can I do? No, you're using me to refine the moon god scimitar? I feel like my control over the 100 immortals is getting weaker and weaker. The great demon's eyes widened. Yes, there are some hidden seals in the moon god's scimitar that I couldn't find in a short time. You activated these seals to control the 100 immortals, so naturally I found these seals in advance. I have to thank you for exposing the last hidden danger of the moon god's scimitar. Next, I'll use my immortal energy to completely destroy these hidden dangers and make the moon god's scimitar my magic treasure. Clang! Wang Gushin shouted. Rumble! Countless rainbow-colored flames rushed towards the moon god's scimitar, and the moon god's scimitar was burned red. Damn it, Wang Gushin, you're tricking me again? 100 immortals, attack! All of you attack! The great demon roared. The 100 immortals' astral palms, which they had been holding back, were all unleashed. It's useless. They can't hit me. What's the use of these astral palms, no matter how powerful they are? Wang Gushin said with disdain. Sure enough, under Wang Gushin's control, the astral cactus shot towards the sky, unable to hit Wang Gushin at all. The 100 astral cactus were about to hit nothing. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Wang Ku! Xianghua exclaimed in the distance. Wang, Ku's great son, had suddenly appeared in the sky, right in front of the 100 immortals' attack. Wang Ku, thank me. Ha! Alpha Capricorni shouted excitedly. No, it was not the great sun. There was another Alpha Capricorni beside the great sun. Alpha Capricorni hugged the great sun and rushed to the front of the 100 Immortals' attack at the critical moment. In that instant, the only thing Alpha Capricorni could think of to redeem himself was to kill Wang Ke. If he killed Wang Ke, he might be able to force Giguzi out. That would count as redeeming himself. He could not find a way to attack Wang Ke's great sun, so he might as well hug it to the sky. After all, Wang Ke's speed and strength were not as good as his. It would be the fastest to hug it to the sky. Wang Ke's expression changed when he saw the 100 Immortals' astral palms coming at him. I thank all your ancestors, Alpha Capricorni. Are you F** King crazy? Ah! Wang Ke screamed in agony. The bombardment of 100 Immortals. Just how powerful was that? They saw that Wang Ke had turned into a huge mushroom cloud in an instant. Wang Ke, Xianghua, and the evil emperor exclaimed at the same time. Withdraw! Wang Gushin shouted. Boom! The lunar god's scimitar shuddered, and the 7-colored flames retracted. Wang Gushin had completely refined the lunar god's scimitar. The 100 Immortals obeyed the order and flew to Wang Gushin's side. At the center of the explosion, the shock waves in the void continued for a long time before dissipating. Wang Gushin looked up anxiously and saw 2 figures appear in the sky. It was Alpha Capricorni who had been blown up. Alpha Capricorni had been reborn. He stared at Wang Ke, who was covered in flames. You're not dead yet? Alpha Capricorni exclaimed. 5th tier Immortal Ascension Realm? Alpha Capricorni, you lunatic. Even if I'm going to be cremated, I'll take you with me. Wang Ke roared in grief and indignation. With a roar, Wang Ke carried Alpha Capricorni and charged into the sea. Wang Ke, let go! Alpha Capricorni roared. However, Wang Ke was already mad. How could he let go? At this moment, he couldn't wait to kill Alpha Capricorni. The great solar, undying sword could kill you. My true sun flame can also burn you. I'll take you down with me. Boom! The 2 fell into the sea. Suddenly, the terrifying flames evaporated the endless sea water. Fog filled the sky. Merit? Simon Shunsway, haven't you notified him yet? Are you going to give the merit to Wang Ke? Xianghua asked anxiously. It was also at this moment that a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Deep in the sea, Wang Ke, who was carrying Alpha Capricorni, could vaguely hear countless voices. By the order of the World Supreme, we, the people, are willing to give all our merit to the great demon god Wang Ke. Approved. Today, I, Long Yu, as the revered one of the Buddhist sects, bestow all of my merits to the great fiend God King. Rumble. Suddenly, a torrent of merit surged into Wang Ke's body. The huge amount of merit was even more than all the merit from the Middle Divine Continent. Merit from the West Divine Continent. Wang Ke was surprised. Wang Ke, let go, ah! Alpha Capricorni was still screaming. Obviously, Wang Ke's true sun flame was still burning Alpha Capricorni. Dream on. Even if I can improve my cultivation for now, I'll burn you to death first. Self-destruct if you can. Even if you self-destruct this time, you can't escape my true sun flame domain. Wang Ke roared. Boom! The true sun flame around Wang Ke suddenly burned. Ah! Alpha Capricorni screamed. At this moment, a gust of cold air suddenly rushed from the bottom of the sea. Buzz! The cold air was so strong that it instantly pierced a hole in Wang Ke's true sun flame. Where did the cold air come from? Wang Ke exclaimed. Self-destruct. Alpha Capricorni roared. Boom! With the help of the cold air, Alpha Capricorni self-destructed. The huge impact blew Wang Ke away. Bang! Alpha Capricorni was reborn outside Wang Ke's true sun flame domain. He looked at Wang Ke with lingering fear. Wang Ke, you're crazy. Who is it? Wang Ke roared gloomily. He saw that the seawater in the depths of the sea suddenly froze. A huge butterfly quickly rushed over from the bottom of the sea. Butterfly? Wang Ku exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This cold air? An immortal? Master sent it to save me? Alpha Capricorni was also surprised. Wang Ku, I've become an immortal. Ha 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 ha. You were burned by fire again? Come, I'll help you cool down. The huge butterfly laughed. Wang Ku was stunned. Who are you? I'm the Frost Divine Worm King. Last time at the Yiksha Wang family, you helped me eat a Dao fruit. I entered a meditative state. When I woke up, I suffered a calamity. I've passed the calamity and become an immortal. I can speak your language now. I've broken through the cocoon and become an immortal. I sensed that you were in danger and rushed over. The huge butterfly laughed. Old Han? Wang stared in surprise. Yes, it's me. I'm here to help you. Old Han laughed. No need, I won't die. Quick, help me stop Alpha Capricorni. I'm going to kill him today. Wang roared. In the distance, Alpha Capricorni suddenly quivered. What do I do? What do I do? This Wang Ku is crazy. Such a big fire. His hair and skin are all burnt. If he doesn't put out the fire, will he kill me? It's already very dangerous. Now there's a demon immortal. How am I supposed to fight? Rush out of the sea? No, Wang Gushin and more than 100 immortals are on the sea. I can't escape even if I rush out. No. Alpha Capricorni turned around and shot into the distance. Stop! Wang roared. However, Alpha Capricorni was an immortal. How could Wang catch up with him? Wang Ku, I'll go after him. Old Han said. No need. Quick, use your cold air to inject into my body. I haven't received all the merit points yet. Bring me out of the sea first. Wang Ku said. Okay. Old Han flapped his wings and arrived in front of Wang Ku. Boom! Countless cold air rushed into Wang Ku's body and suppressed the fire on Wang Ku's body. Old Han was an immortal. It wasn't difficult for his cold air to temporarily stabilize the grand sun, primordial fire. At this moment, there was no fire and the seawater was no longer boiling. Wang Ku and Old Han quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, Wang Ku heard a second voice. In accordance with the orders of the Tao Lord, we, the people, are willing to give all the merit points that belong to us to the great kindness battle, God Wang Ku. Approved. Today, as the Tao Lord of the East Divine Continent, I give all the merit points that belong to me to the great kindness battle, God Wang Ku. Boom! A surge of merit points rushed into the distant sea and into Wang Ku's body. Wang Ku's body shook. The merit points of the East Divine Continent. It's not enough. Wang Ku was excited. P.S. Second update. Chapter 1045. Wang Gushin was in complete control of the moon god scimitar, and even more, he had complete control over the 102 immortals. When Wang Ku rushed into the sea with Moe in his arms, why didn't he come to help? Because he couldn't. This was because the sky above his head had suddenly become densely covered with dark clouds. Amidst the rumbling, a powerful aura pressed down, and the demonic god's expression changed. Wang, the dark clouds parted, and a huge eye opened in the middle, staring murderously at Wang Gushin, the eye of the heavenly Tao. Dragon Emperor's expression changed. 1,000 years ago, the eye of the heavenly Tao was watching, and the demons massacred the dragons. The Dragon Emperor would never forget that. The great demon finally can't take it anymore. Xianghua's expression changed. Wang Gushin, I understand now. The so-called Giguzi doesn't exist, right? You've been plotting since 1,000 years ago. No, you've been plotting since even earlier. You colluded with the righteous path to deceive me? And this Wang Ku is Giguzi's disciple? It's also fake. Even the great solar undying divine sword was fake. There was no Giguzi at all. You all lied to me just for this day, just to steal everything from me? The great demon king's voice was filled with rage in the eye of the heavens Tao. What do you think? Wang Gushin looked up at the sky. What do I think? I found it strange that no one knew I came from the ancestral planet. The universe is vast and there are countless stars. How could Giguzi be so coincidental to chase me here? Fake, it's all fake. Everything you did was to create a false image for me, to form a scam, so that you could capture my sky demon one after another, and then scare them into fabricating Giguzi's existence. Is it because I left you a few words about Giguzi that you used to set this trap? Good, very good. You lied to me about the lunosphere and the lunosimeter. You even reached the Earth immortal level, manipulating the 100 immortals. Good, very good. The eye of the heavenly Tao grew colder. Humph. You came to Divine Continent 3,000 years ago to slaughter all life. You should have thought of this day. Wang Gushin snorted coldly. The eye of the heavenly Tao said coldly, Yes, when I think of the day I kill you, I didn't come to the central Divine Continent because I was afraid of Giguzi. Now that I'm here, all of you should die. In the distance, in the southern Divine Continent, the great demon spoke, using the eye of heavenly Tao to look down on Wang Gushin. At the same time, he spoke through the eye of the heavens. Demon King, please reconsider. What if? Corpse Emperor looked at the great demon worriedly. There is no what if. The great demon stared coldly at the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Emperor froze, not daring to say a word. Humph, you think you're invincible just because you took 2 of my magic treasures? How laughable. I'll let them know right now who's the master of this world. The great demon said coldly. As he spoke, the great demon took a step forward and headed towards the central Divine Continent. The picture in front of the Corpse Emperor slowly dissipated. However, at this moment, the Corpse Emperor no longer had the fear and trepidation from before. Instead, he revealed a cold smile, and a violent aura surged from his body. Not long after, the great demon personally arrived in front of Wang Gushin. Above the sea outside the demonic god's capital, the eye of the heavens looked down from the sky. Directly below the eye of the heavenly Tao, the great demon king stood in the air, and a fearful aura surged in all directions. Countless huge waves exploded in the surrounding seas. From afar, the great demon looked like the master of heaven and earth. It was terrifying. Even though they were very far away, the evil Emperor, Xianghua, and the Dragon Emperor felt their scalps tingle. This aura was too terrifying. Only Wang Gushin, wielding 2 magic treasures and leading the group of immortals in front, was able to block this terrifying power. Little Xian, hurry up and leave. Leave this place to me, Wang Gushin said in a low voice. But the evil emperor said worriedly, Sister, listen to brother-in-law. Staying here will only make him worry, and he won't be able to fight with his full strength. It will only harm him. Let's take the demonic god's island and leave immediately. Xianghua said. All right, the evil emperor said helplessly. Rumble. The evil emperor, Xianghua, and the dragon emperor quickly used their magic powers to forcefully move the demonic god's island and the other islands. Wang Ku was just by Alpha Capricorni, the evil emperor said worriedly. Sister, don't worry about Wang Ku. That stinking brat is very slippery. He didn't die just now, and he definitely won't die now. Also, a few merits fell from the sky and into the sea. Did you see it? It must have entered Wang Ku's body. The second merit fell on the other side of the sea, which means that Wang Ku has already escaped from the bottom of the sea. Why are you still worried about him? Xianghua said. Let's go. The evil emperor nodded. Deep in the sea, Alpha Capricorni was frightened by Wang Ku. This Wang Ku wanted to kill him at the slightest provocation. He almost couldn't escape just now. I'm an immortal, can I even escape? That's not all. Now, there's a strange butterfly demon immortal. How can I fight this? Fly out of the sea. I don't dare. What's outside? Wang Gushin, more than 100 immortals. All of them want my life. What should I do now? It seems that Master doesn't even use my body as a mouthpiece. What should I do now? If I hesitate any longer, I might end up like Gamma Origi and Alpha Capricorni. Escape, I can only escape. Escape from the sea, quickly escape. Because of Alpha Capricorni's thoughts, he missed the eye of the heavenly Tao outside. Where can Alpha Capricorni escape now? Of course, he's going to find the great demon. Alpha Capricorni didn't know that the great demon was already here. He went straight to the immortal temple in the southern divine continent. So what if he gets scolded when he goes back? It's better than dying. From the bottom of the sea, he traveled thousands of miles in an instant. He only dared to come out of the sea when he was far away. He didn't look back and went straight to the immortal temple in the southern divine continent without hesitation. After flying for a short while, Alpha Capricorni arrived at the immortal temple. Boom! Alpha Capricorni landed in the immortal temple square with lingering fear. Only Corpse Emperor was left in the square. Where's Master? Alpha Capricorni asked in surprise. You're back. Corpse Emperor suddenly laughed. Corpse Emperor, I'm asking you, where's Master? Alpha Capricorni asked anxiously. I was going to look for you, but you came back by yourself. Good, good, good. Corpse Emperor revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Alpha Capricorni's face suddenly changed. What are you doing? No, your expression is wrong. Corpse Emperor, you betrayed Master? Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's good that you're here. Roar. Corpse Emperor suddenly roared. As Corpse Emperor roared, he saw Corpse Emperor's eyes turn scarlet. Two fangs suddenly appeared in his mouth. On his back, the dragon robe was torn apart. A pair of huge dragon wings spread out, and an extremely powerful aura rushed towards them. Alpha Capricorni suddenly quivered. How can your aura be so strong? You're not at the 9th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, but at the 10th tier? Impossible. How can you be at the 10th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm? Roar. Corpse Emperor roared. Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared in his mouth and rushed towards Alpha Capricorni. No, no, impossible. I'm an immortal. How can you be stronger than me? Alpha Capricorni roared in horror. Unfortunately, Alpha Capricorni could not resist the suction force in Corpse Emperor's mouth. Corpse Emperor seemed to have turned into an ancient zombie. In one gulp, Alpha Capricorni was completely swallowed. Why did you betray Master? No. Corpse Emperor closed his mouth. In the immortal temple square, only the echo of Alpha Capricorni's screams could be heard. Why? Do you think I'll believe the great demon? His curse is on me. How can I believe him? The sky demon is the best counterbalance to the curse. Help me counteract the curse, Corpse Emperor said in a deep voice. Boom! The Corpse Emperor's entire body shook violently, and a burst of black gas burst out, as if the curse seal had been shattered. Grandfather, Wang Ku is in urgent need of merit. Serene Moon anxiously shouted from afar. The immortal temple was right next to Corpse Emperor. Corpse Emperor did not hesitate and looked up at his huge merit sea. All the people and kings of the southern divine continent, listen up. I, the Corpse Emperor, want you to immediately say, we, the people, are willing to give all our merit to the great demon god Wang Ku. Immediately. Corpse Emperor shouted coldly. Boom! Corpse Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the entire southern divine continent. Corpse Emperor had the throne of great emperor. Not only could he let the people of his country hear him, but some of the rulers of the dynasties in the southern divine continent could also hear his voice. These human emperors were all loyal to Corpse Emperor. Naturally, no one dared to refute him. Of course, Corpse Emperor also arranged for people to supervise them. No one dared to be disloyal. Corpse Emperor's prestige in the southern divine continent was unparalleled. Soon, the cries of countless people and human emperors could be heard from the Merit Sea. According to Corpse Emperor's order, We, the people, are willing to give all our merit to the great demon god Wang Ke. Approved, Corpse Emperor said in a deep voice. Today, I, the Corpse Emperor, will give all my merit to the great demon god Wang Ke. Corpse Emperor said again. Boom! With a loud bang, endless southern divine continent's merit soared into the sky and went straight to the central divine continent. After doing all this, Corpse Emperor looked at Serene Moon, who was not far away. Lass, how did Grandpa do? Corpse Emperor smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. Serene Moon said gratefully. Ha ha ha, don't worry. If Wang Ke dares to treat you badly, Grandpa will tear him apart for you. Corpse Emperor said righteously. Grandpa. Serene Moon blushed and didn't know what to do. However, Grandpa has more important things to do now. Wang Gushin is holding back the great demon. This is the best time. Corpse Emperor suddenly said with a ferocious expression. What is Grandpa going to do? Serene Moon asked curiously. Corpse Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. A powerful aura soared into the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky and countless dark clouds gathered. Within the dark clouds, there seemed to be countless stars. A powerful aura pressed down, causing Serene Moon and the rest to gasp in shock. I'm going to go through the heavenly tribulation now. Earth God tribulation. Roar! Corpse Emperor turned into a zombie form and roared at the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky. Northern divine continent. At the entrance of a palace. Xiangwe's father, Emperor Jiang, stood at the entrance of the palace and looked at the sea of merit clouds in the sky. All citizens and kings of the northern divine continent, listen up. I, Emperor Jiang, want you to say this now. We, the citizens, are willing to give all our merit to the great kindness battle god, Wang Ke. Now, with Emperor Jiang's command, we, the citizens, are willing to give all our merit to the great kindness battle god, Wang Ke. Approved, Emperor Jiang said in a low voice. Today, I, Emperor Jiang, will give all my merit to the great kindness battle god, Wang Ke. Following Emperor Jiang's arrangement, the northern divine continent's merit clouds surged towards the middle divine continent and towards Wang Ke. Miss Wang looked at Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang, thank you. Emperor Jiang looked at Miss Wang and shook his head. Thank me for what? We should be thanking the Wang family. The great demon is now being held back by Wang Gushin, giving us time to escape from the great demon's line of sight. The Tao Lord of the East Divine Continent, the Corpse Emperor of the South Divine Continent, and the revered One of the World of the West Divine Continent have all started their tribulations. Earth God tribulation? I'm about to start too. Protect the citizens. Yes. The surrounding officials answered. Emperor Jiang took a step forward and rushed out of the city. However, he saw that the sky was filled with dark clouds and stars. It was the same Earth God tribulation as the Corpse Emperor of the South Divine Continent. Only those in the 10th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm had the right to undergo this heavenly tribulation. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 1046. In the depths of the sea, Wang Ke sat cross-legged on a rock at the bottom of the sea. Beside him, Butterfly continuously spewed out cold air into Wang Ke's body. Countless merits flowed into his body, and Wang Ke's body shone with golden light. The merits of the East Divine Continent, South Divine Continent, West Divine Continent, and North Divine Continent are really huge. Ha ha ha! It's enough to enter the great sun. Wang Ke shouted. Rumble! The great sun trembled and slowly turned from black to gray, then to dark yellow, then to bright yellow, and finally to gold. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Ke's body emitted a huge shock wave, causing the surrounding seawater to churn. 6th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. Wang Ke opened his eyes. Wang Ke, was that merit just now? That much? Butterfly asked curiously. Old Han, you don't understand. The cultivation method that I practice requires me to spend merit points. With merit, I can overcome any difficulty. Wang Ku explained. Then the amount just now. Old Han asked curiously. It's almost all the merit of the entire planet. Next time. Wang Ku's face turned slightly ugly as he spoke. Luckily, he had opened the Xinhuang Company. Without the Xinhuang Company, the merit of the entire planet might not be enough for the next time. Sigh, I wonder how my ancestor created this technique. How did he cultivate it back on Earth? Wang Ku frowned and pondered. Wang Ku, it's not safe here. Why don't we leave this place first? Old Han frowned and looked at the sea. Don't worry. With my current cultivation, normal destructive forces can no longer increase my cultivation. Besides, how long have we been traveling in the sea? We've long left the previous place. It's very safe here. Wang Ku smiled. Safe? Not good. Old Han suddenly exclaimed. What? Wang Ku was puzzled. He saw Old Han looking at the sky in shock. Wang Ku looked up and saw a huge meteor falling from the sea, heading straight for Wang Ku. What? Lunar sphere? No. Wang Ku exclaimed. Huh. With a loud bang, Wang Ku was hit by the giant moon god orb, above the sea of the demonic god city. The demonic god had been forcefully relocated by Xianghua, the evil emperor and the dragon emperor. Although many buildings had collapsed and many civilians had been injured during the relocation, it was still better than losing their lives. Under the eye of the heavenly Tao, the great demon stepped into the air and looked coldly at Wang Gushin, who was holding the lunar sphere and lunar scimitar. Wang Gushin, you're really something. You've deceived me of my 2 magic treasures, and you've even broken through to the Earth celestial stage. If it were 3,000 years ago with your current state, you could definitely fight me. But 3,000 years have passed. 3,000 years have passed. Do you think it's still 3,000 years ago? Do you think I'm still the same person? Why do you think I refined the heavenly Tao for 3,000 years? Because of you? The great demon sneered. You talk too much. Let's try it. Lunar sphere. Wang Gushin waved his hand. Buzz. The moon god ball suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. It was like a giant mountain, and it smashed toward the demon king. The great demon's eyes turned cold. Do you think I'm as weak as these human celestials? Break. The great demon struck with his palm. Boom. A huge energy palm appeared and caught the lunar god sphere. The lunar sphere came to a halt. It was also at this moment that Wang Gushin's figure flickered, appearing on the other side of the moon god sphere and slamming his palm into it. Boom! Wang Gushin and the lunar sphere collided with the great demon. The great demon's eyes turned cold. He pushed out with both hands and pressed his palms against the lunar sphere. Come, Wang Gushin ordered. Yes, the 102 immortals shouted in unison. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 102 immortals appeared around the lunar god sphere. Together with Wang Gushin, they attacked the lunar god sphere. The great demon was pushed back by the force. Buzz! The great demon took a step back and steadied himself. Ha! Ha ha ha! The great demon, it's been 3,000 years, but your strength doesn't seem to have increased. You're no longer as invincible as before. Wang Gushin guffawed. Although he had borrowed the power of the lunar sphere and the 100 celestials, he had finally surpassed the great demon in terms of strength. The great demon was pushed back. The great demon had only taken a step back, but it proved to Wang Gushin that he was not undefeatable. Roar! The great demon seemed to roar in anger. The eye of the heavenly Tao behind him shone countless rainbow-colored lights and poured into the great demon. The great demon's strength seemed to increase exponentially. I'm not invincible just because I took a step back. Let me show you what it means to be invincible. The great demon said savagely. Rumble. The moment the eye of the heavenly Tao poured its power into the demon king, the demon king's power skyrocketed. He pushed the moon god's spear towards Wang Gushin, instantly sending the moon god's spear flying away. Wang Gushin's face darkened, but the great demon's strength was too strong. There was no way to stop him. The two quickly flew away from their original location and arrived at another part of the sea. Do you understand now? This is called invincibility. Pierce. The great demon glared. Boom! The great demon king's power seemed to have pierced through the moon god's spear and was about to explode on the group of immortals. Wang Gushin's expression changed. If this power passed through, at least half of the 100 immortals behind him would be blown to smithereens. No, I have to divert this power. Down! Wang Gushin shouted. Boom! The huge lunar sphere was pushed by Wang Gushin's power and fell towards the sea below. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it created a huge tsunami in the sea. Wang Gushin dodged the great demon's attack, but he still flew back with the group of celestials. Clearly, the traction force had caused Wang Gushin and the rest to fall back. Ha 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 ha. The great demon laughed proudly. Ah! When the lunar sphere fell like a meteor, a shrill scream came from the bottom of the sea. This scream was filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was so loud that it actually penetrated the huge commotion caused by the meteor falling into the sea. The great demon, who was laughing, suddenly froze. What's going on? Where did this scream come from? Wang Gushin was also shocked by this scream. Who? Wang Gushin stared. Boom! The lunar sphere fell into the sea. Although most of the force was absorbed by the huge sea, a part of it still went straight for Wang Ku. Wang Ku did not expect that disaster would fall from the sky, even though he had hidden so far away at the bottom of the sea. Could he, an immortal ascension realm cultivator, receive this lunar sphere? A huge sound and a shrill scream scared Old Han so much that he was trembling. Rumble! The sea shook continuously, causing an earthquake in the central divine continent. Wang Gushin waved his hand, and the lunar sphere flew into the sky and back into his hand. It revealed a huge butterfly in the depths of the sea, and Wang Ku in only his underwear. Boom! Wang Ku was fine, but his clothes and hair were burned by the fire. Wang Ku was not injured by this impact, but his cultivation increased again. A wave of energy exploded from Wang Ku's body. Wang Ku stared at his increased cultivation. 7th tier Immortal Ascension Realm? Why? Why did it fall on my head so coincidentally? Wang Ku, why are you here? Wang Gushin stared at the depths of the sea, and the surrounding seawater was about to surge. The great demon waved his hand, and the surrounding seawater could not cover Wang Ku. The huge eye of the heavenly Tao looked down, and a wave of pressure rushed towards Wang Ku and Old Han. Wang Ku looked at the two in the sky, and his face froze. I don't know either. I just took a cold shower in the sea and didn't even have time to put on my clothes when you guys barged in. I wasn't even prepared. What are you guys doing? Wang Ku asked nervously. As he spoke, Wang Ku covered his lower body. I have underwear. It's fine. Wang Ku covered his private parts. He was a man. He was not afraid of being exposed. But a large group of immortals and the eye of the heavenly Tao are watching me. Where should I cover? My face? Wang Gushin. The great demon. Is this Wang Ku acting in a mime? Does he think we are perverts? As the two were about to explode, Wang Ku finally suppressed his nervousness and calmed down. He immediately took out a set of clothes and put them on. The two Earth Immortals were silent for a while as they watched him put on his clothes sparsely. You were the one who pretended to be Giguzi's disciple? Humph. The great demon snorted. I did not. It was Alpha Capricorni who insisted on seeing Giguzi. I had no choice. I am innocent. Wang Ku said immediately. Innocent? Humph. You made me lose my lunar scimitar. You say you are innocent? I will kill you now. The great demon said fiercely. Wait a minute. You are the great demon, right? I have something to say. Wang Ke shouted anxiously. At this moment, Old Han felt the powerful aura in the sky and knew he could not resist it. Haha, what do you want to say at this time? The great demon said coldly. Wang Ke swallowed and said worriedly, The great demon, I want to advise you that there is no need to fight like this. We can sit down and talk about anything. What do you want? Why don't you tell me, and I'll negotiate with everyone. Fighting and killing like this will only make things worse. We are all civilized people. Let's solve this in a civilized way, okay? The great demon king sucked in a cold breath and looked at Wang Ke. Wang Gushin also sucked in a cold breath and looked at Wang Ke. Is Wang Ke an idiot? You want to sit down and talk at a time like this? Is there something wrong with your head? No matter what, this Wang Gushin is still my father-in-law, and you, the great demon king, are still. It seems like the two of us aren't related at all. That's fine. Anyway, I see that you look kind, and you're a cultured person. We can talk, right? What do you want? Tell me. Wang Ke shouted immediately. The great demon's face twitched. He did not want to talk nonsense with this lunatic. I want to kill you. I want you to die. Is that okay? Forget it. You don't have to talk. Continue fighting. I will not disturb the two of you. If there is something, let's meet another day. Goodbye. Wang Ke's face stiffened. He turned around and pulled Old Han away. P.S. First update. Chapter 1047. Wang Ke wants to leave? The great demon stared at Wang Ke with a dark expression. Damn it! I was having a good time fighting with Wang Gushin, and now you want to leave? What do you take us for? Break time? Don't you know how awkward the atmosphere is? Die, you ignorant fool! The great demon sent a palm strike at Wang Ke. Wait! Wang Ke shouted again. However, the great demon did not want to waste his breath on Wang Ke. The palm energy was vast, and it pressed down on Wang Ke from all directions. Wang Gushin glared at Wang Ke, but he still swung his moon god scimitar at him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the energy blade shattered the great demon's energy palm. Wang Gushin! The great demon stared at Wang Gushin. Wang Gushin looked coldly at Wang Ke. Wait, Wang Ke, do you think this is a joke? The great demon won't kill you just because you said so? The great demon stared coldly at Wang Ke. That's right, Wang Ke has spoken my mind. Do you think I won't kill you just because you said so? Wang Ke immediately said, No, I'm not afraid of the great demon attacking me. I just want to say that Old Han is innocent. Can you let Old Han go first? I'll endure the great demon's anger. Wang Gushin's eyes widened. The great demon also widened his eyes. Are you tired of living? Or are you overconfident? Can you endure the great demon's anger? Wang Ke, my good brother, you're still thinking of me at a time like this. Old Han was touched. No, Old Han, I also want to leave, but I can't. Stand aside first. Wang Ke immediately said. Old Han spread his wings and flew far away. Wang Ke. Can't you just be humble? He ran away just like that? Why are you like Zhang Jingdao? You're starting to be disloyal? Wang Ke, since you're not leaving, then come over here and fight alongside me. Wang Gushin shouted. Wang Ke's face stiffened. Wang Gushin, I was just joking. I can't beat the great demon. You think you can beat me? The great demon glared at him. I don't need you to do anything. Just help me scold the great demon and distract him with your words. Wang Gushin said. I'm in charge of pulling aggro, and you're in charge of fighting him? Wang Ke glared. That's right. Do you want to do it or not? Wang Gushin looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke glared at Wang Gushin. You want me to die? What did you say? Wang Gushin glared. The great demon is obviously not smart enough. What if he can't tell that I'm pulling aggro and scolding him? Wang Ke shouted as he flew towards Wang Gushin. What? Wang Gushin was stunned. You're already pulling aggro? I was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Wang Ke, what are you talking about? The great demon's face darkened. Can't you tell? You've been deceived by Wang Gushin for more than 1,000 years, and you've been kept in the dark. They even swindled 2 good Dharma treasures away to create a group of sky demons. And you're saying there's something wrong with your IQ? Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth. Also, what's that eye of the heavenly Tao above your head doing? Do nothing but stare? What's the point of staring? Won't it make you look even more foolish? Please, this is planet divine continent, and someone with your IQ can't handle it. Go back to the outer space. Wang Ke flew to Wang Gushin's side and cursed. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the great demon, Wang Ke did not hold back. After all, Wang Gushin had said that he was in charge of fighting, and he was only in charge of shooting his mouth off. What was he afraid of? Wang Ke's words were endless, and as he scolded, he found facts and examples. The great demon was instantly engulfed in flames. What are you doing? You want to barbecue yourself? I'm telling the truth and not spouting nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good. Look, once you get angry, you lose your face. You're ugly to begin with, and now you're angry like this. There's no saving you. You'll scare the children when you go out. Can't you have some compassion? You won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Wang Ke spared no effort in scolding. As he scolded, Wang Ke felt that something was wrong. He felt as if his whole body was shrouded in a murderous aura, and it was incomparably cold. Turning his head, Wang Ke saw Wang Gushin staring at him. Wang Gushin, you said you would protect me. What are you looking at me for? I'm helping you pull aggro. Wang Ke shouted. Wang Gushin's face twitched. Don't expose someone's shortcomings when scolding. With your way of scolding, even I can't protect you. Wang Ke's face stiffened. You're the one who asked me to scold you. Are you going to leave without a fight? Can't help it. The great demon is vengeful. You're on your own. Wang Gushin said. Wang Ke's face stiffened. So you're saying that you were lying to me? Wang Ke's face changed. He immediately turned his head and said, The great demon, don't get agitated. I was just joking. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Gushin asked me to say it. Wang Ke, I want your life. The great demon roared ferociously. A long sword suddenly appeared in the great demon's hand, and he slashed at Wang Ke. No, your opponent is Wang Gushin. Why are you staring at me? I only said a few words. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Ke shouted in horror. However, the great demon seemed to have set his sights on Wang Ke. He didn't even care about Wang Gushin. This sudden change in opponent made Wang Gushin feel a little uncomfortable. Wang Ke, you're really courting death. Moon God Scimitar, slash! Wang Gushin shouted. Boom! The energy saber and the great demon's energy sword collided. In the blink of an eye, the sea exploded again in a terrifying shockwave. Huge sword and saber energies tore through the void and sent Wang Ke flying. Wang Gushin, stop him, stop him! Wang Ke screamed in horror. With that, Wang Ke immediately turned around and fled. Stop! The great demon shouted. Boom! The energy sword was ferocious and instantly blasted Wang Gushin's energy saber to pieces. Moon God Sphere! Wang Gushin shouted as he directed the Moon God Sphere again. The great demon slapped at the Moon God Sphere while his sword continued to slash at Wang Ke. The 100 Immortals activated the Moon God Sphere at the same time while Wang Ke pushed the Moon God Scimitar with all his might. Even so, it seemed like the great demon could not stop the ferocious the great demon was still madly charging and closing in on Wang Ke. Wang Ke's expression changed. The great demon, I'm innocent. I'm just a passerby. Why are you staring at me? Don't stare at me, I'm just a child. Today I'll kill you, child. Wang Ke, what did you say just now? Say it again, roar. The great demon roared. Boom! The great demon's roar was so terrifying that it seemed to resound through the entire world in an instant. In the distance, Xianghua, the evil emperor and dragon emperor, were flying away with the evil god's island when they heard the great demon's roar echoing in the sky. All three of them widened their eyes. What's going on? Isn't brother-in-law fighting the great demon? What does this have to do with Wang Ku? Xianghua asked in bewilderment. Look at me, how would I know? The evil emperor also widened his eyes and said, The great demon, calm down, it has nothing to do with me really. Wang Gushin, you need to work harder. The shock waves from your battle are hitting me. I just changed my clothes. Save me. Wang Ku screamed. Rumble. Above the sea, the great demon and Wang Gushan's saber and sword energy attacked fiercely, while the moon god's spear and the 100 immortals attacked the great demon again and again. Even so, the great demon still had the upper hand, and the sky darkened as the sea churned violently. No, if you continue like this, I'll break through again. No, your aftershocks are too powerful. You can't do it like this. I can't take it, ah. Wang Ku let out a miserable cry. Boom! A surge of energy appeared on Wang Ku's body again. 8th tier Immortal Ascension Realm? Wang Ku's expression froze. Boom! Wang Gushan and the great demon also paused in their battle. Both of them stared at Wang Ku. You screamed and screamed for so long just now. You weren't injured. Was it because you had a breakthrough in your cultivation? You broke through? Wang Gushan widened his eyes. Yes. Wang Ku nodded with an ugly expression. Why did you suddenly break through? What's the reason? The great demon was also confused. The great demon had met Giguzi before, but Giguzi was too strong at that time, and the great demon did not break through in front of Giguzi, so he did not connect it to Giguzi's divine art. You broke through just like that? Didn't you break through like that? Wang Ku looked at the two of them curiously. Wang Gushan. The great demon. Who could do that? Who could do that without cultivation? You're breaking through in such a strange way. Kid, you won't tell the truth? The great demon said with a ferocious expression. Wang Gushan, help me stop him. The great demon is going crazy again. Wang Ku immediately hid behind Wang Gushan. Since you can increase your cultivation as you fight, can you continue like this? Wang Gushan suddenly asked. What do you mean? Wang Ku was confused. You'll become an immortal as you fight? Wang Gushan asked curiously. Are you dreaming? The great demon said with disdain. Wang Ku thought for a moment. In theory, it should be possible. It should? Wang Gushan widened his eyes. Yes, in theory it should be possible, but there might be special circumstances. Wang Ku shook his head. Then why are you still hiding? Why don't you just beat yourself into an immortal? Why are you screaming and running away? Wang Gushan glared at him angrily. Immortal? Am I crazy? Why would I become an immortal? Why would I become some crazy immortal when I'm a normal mortal? Wang Ku yelled. Wang Gushan. The great demon. Are you indirectly calling us two Earth immortals crazy? Guys, I'm not talking about you. Don't get so worked up. Don't look at me like that. Your opponents are each other, and I have nothing to do with you. What happened to being each other's angels? Tui! What happened to being each other's dead men? You should be pointing your swords at each other and stabbing each other, not pointing your swords at me. Guys, you're looking in the wrong direction. Wang Ku shouted anxiously. Wang Ku, you're asking for it. The great demon roared and attacked again. Wang Ku, do you know how to talk? Even I want to kill you. Wang Gushan yelled. Boom! Wang Gushan blocked the great demon again, and the two Earth Immortals continued to fight. P.S. Second update. Chapter 1048. Amidst the storm, the two earthly immortals continued their battle. Luckily, Wang Ku was calmer and did not vent his anger on Wang Ku. He continued to battle with the great demon. But even so, Wang Ku was being ravaged and could not escape. Because Wang Ku was being targeted by the two. The great demon, I have no quarrel with you. Why do you keep staring at me? If you want to fight with Wang Gushin, then fight properly. Love what you do. If you're half-hearted like this, you'll suffer a great loss. Wang Ku advised earnestly, I want to kill you right now. The great demon king roared with a ferocious expression. Wang Gushan, protect me. Wang Ku shouted anxiously, I want to kill you too. Wang Gushan glared at Wang Ku, but still stood in front of Wang Ku to protect him. Boom! Wang Gushan and the great demon continued to fight. Wang Ku could only dodge between the two. Luckily, Wang Ku was already at the 8th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. He could withstand the aftershocks, and his cultivation did not continue to break through. At this moment, a burst of heavenly music filled the sky. The heavenly music was melodious, and endless light descended from the sky, shrouding the entire divine continent in a strange atmosphere. What? The great demon's face changed. Boom! With a loud bang, the great demon king crashed into Wang Gushin, and his body suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Where did this song come from? What time is it? And there's an orchestra playing. But it sounds pretty good? Wang Ku looked around curiously. A mortal passing the earthly immortal tribulation. Blessed by the great Tao? Who? The great demon's face changed. Whoosh! The great demon waved his hand, and a light screen appeared not far away. On the light screen was the corpse emperor of the southern divine continent. The corpse emperor was enveloped in a rainbow glow. When he raised his hand, he exuded a majestic aura. Congratulations, corpse emperor, for becoming an earth immortal! Cheers came from the corpse emperor city. Corpse emperor? Did you just transcend the tribulation? Was it an earth immortal? You were at the 10th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm? The great demon suddenly roared. In the distance, the corpse emperor heard the great demon's voice and turned his head as if he was looking at the great demon. Yes, the great demon, I am an earth immortal. The corpse emperor chuckled. You didn't tell me? No, you were so submissive before. Were you trying to numb me? Corpse emperor, how dare you? Do you know the consequences of betraying me? The great demon said coldly, Betray? No, you are mistaken. I have never been loyal to you. I am a citizen of the divine continent, and you are just an outsider. You want to slaughter all living beings and destroy my race. You are my mortal enemy, and I will not rest until you are dead. The corpse emperor said with malevolence in his eyes, Fine, fine, fine. If you want to die, then don't blame me. My curse seal can't be broken by anyone below the earth immortal realm. Wang Gushin must have spent several years to break my curse seal. As for you, it shouldn't be too late. You want to fight me to the death? You should see if you're qualified. Curse seal, move. The great demon king waved his hand. Wang. A special rune appeared in the great demon's palm and activated the curse seal in the corpse emperor's body. In the image, the corpse emperor smiled coldly and did not react. How can this be? I just confirmed the curse seal in your body. How can it be gone? How can it be gone in such a short time? The great demon exclaimed. This is all thanks to you. You created the sky demon race. The Alpha Capricorni just now was the energy that helped me remove the curse seal. You can't have forgotten that the sky demon is also one of your powers, right? Using your own power to break your own curse seal. How refreshing. Ha 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 ha. The corpse emperor laughed. The great demon's face darkened. The sky demon is an energy that I created. But to break the curse seal, it is not that simple. It is an extremely complicated process. You are right. But don't underestimate the intelligence of the people of the divine continent. We also have people who can break the complicated process. Don't think that you are the smartest person. There is no such thing as the smartest person in this world. You will only be fooled by your own cleverness. The great demon, today is the day you die." The corpse emperor snarled. Lifting his head, the corpse emperor looked at the thin sea of merits above his head. The corpse emperor opened his mouth again. "Everyone of the southern divine continent, listen up. The great demon has come out of his seal. The purpose of the great demon's emergence is to devour all the evil spirits. I, the corpse emperor, have investigated everything. Our fate will not be in the hands of outsiders. I am already an earth immortal and can battle with the great demon. But I hope that this battle will not be fought by me alone, but by all of us. Raise your right hand and gather your power to me. I will use your power to destroy the great demon." The corpse emperor roared. Rumble. Instantly, the thin sea of merits transmitted the corpse emperor's voice to the ears of all the people of the southern divine continent. The great demon's pupils shrank. Good. Wang Gushin not only colluded with the righteous path, but you evil spirits also dare to betray me? The corpse emperor ate Alpha Capricorni before dispelling the curse seal. What about you? Almost half of the evil spirits on the divine continent are evil spirits. Since you have betrayed me so early, I will harvest your power in advance. Curse seal activate. The great demon roared, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and activated it. But in the image, the countless evil spirits behind the corpse emperor didn't seem to be in pain at all. What? How is this possible? The great demon exclaimed. The curse seal has failed? The great demon, apart from a very small number of evil spirits that didn't manage to remove the curse seal, most of the evil spirits in the world have already been removed. You can't easily devour us anymore. Corpse emperor sneered. Impossible, impossible. How can the curse seal on all the evil spirits in the world be removed? The great demon glared. This is all thanks to Bodhisattva Rui of the Buddhist sect. After a lot of research on the sky demon, he finally made use of the sky demon to create countless blood serums. Once these blood serums enter the bodies of evil spirits, they can remove the curse seal. Previously, I purposely didn't inject the blood serums into them because I wanted to help Wang Gushin. I relied on devouring Alpha Capricorni to remove the curse seal. All the evil spirits in the world rely on injecting the blood serums to remove the curse seal. Your scheme has been destroyed by us. Corpse Emperor sneered. Blood serums? What blood serums? Why doesn't Alpha Capricorni know? Why didn't Alpha Capricorni mention it before? The great demon asked coldly. Because Alpha Capricorni doesn't know about this either. Corpse Emperor sneered. Alpha Capricorni doesn't know? How can Alpha Capricorni not know about a cursed seal that covers the entire world? The great demon exclaimed. This is all thanks to Wang Ku. Wang Ku's God King supermarket covers all the evil spirits in the world. The most popular product sold in the God King supermarket is the True Essence Blood. In order to remove the curse seal for all the evil spirits in the world, the leaders of the East Divine Continent, West Divine Continent, and North Divine Continent led the entire Divine Continent's righteous faction to transfuse the True Essence Blood. Then the serum was injected into each True Essence Blood and handed to the God King supermarket to be sold. The God King supermarket sold the True Essence Blood at an extremely low price. Almost all the evil spirits in the world were crazily fighting for it. We also tracked down the evil spirits who didn't buy the True Essence Blood and got them to buy one each. All the evil spirits who used the True Essence Blood were injected with the serum and the curse seal was completely removed. This kind of thing isn't known to everyone. With Alpha Capricorni's ability, how could he know about this secret battle? Corpse Emperor sneered. God King supermarket? Selling blood all over the world? Removing my curse seal? God King supermarket? Wang Ku. The great demon stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku's face stiffened. Corpse Emperor, it's enough for you to know this in your heart. Why are you saying it out loud and making enemies for me? I've worked so hard, and now I'm going to be the scapegoat? Don't worry, I'm already an Earth Immortal. I can protect you, Corpse Emperor said confidently. At this moment, countless people in the southern divine continent were pouring their energy into the Corpse Emperor. Corpse Emperor was already an Earth Immortal. Now that he had a huge amount of energy poured into him, he would naturally become even stronger. Humph. So what if there's one more Earth Immortal? The great demon sneered. At this moment, another heavenly music was heard. Buzz! The heavenly music floated in the air and shone brightly. Instantly it spread across the world. Another Earth Immortal tribulation? Who is it? The great demon's face changed. He waved his hand. Another image appeared beside him. In the image was the peak of a mountain. At this moment, countless Taoist priests were bowing respectfully to a woman in a black robe. Congratulations, Immortal Lord, for becoming an Earth Immortal. Countless Taoist priests bowed respectfully. Wang Ke looked over and saw that the person closest to the Immortal Lord was Zhang Lier. This is Zhang Lier's grandmother, Earth Immortal. Wang Ke exclaimed. Buzz! Another heavenly music floated in the air and shone brightly. It was transmitted to Wang Ke. The great demon's face darkened. A third Earth Immortal. As he spoke, the great demon waved his hand and a third image appeared. Outside of a majestic palace, a man cloaked in rainbow-colored light was walking in the air. Congratulations, Immortal Lord, for becoming an Earth Immortal. Countless officials and soldiers shouted excitedly. Immortal Lord? Xiangwa's father? Wang Ke exclaimed. Another Earth Immortal in the North Divine Continent. The great demon exclaimed. Buzz! Another wave of heavenly music came, and it overlapped with the previous heavenly music. It was like a symphony, and it shocked the great demon king even more. A fourth Earth Immortal. The great demon exclaimed. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a fourth image appeared. Countless monks bowed respectfully to the peak of a mountain. On top of the mountain, there was a huge ninth rank golden lotus. On top of it was a woman who was 6 feet tall. Her face was full of compassion. The Buddha's art, 6 feet, golden body? The great demon exclaimed. Long Yu! Wang Ke exclaimed. Long Yu had also become an Earth Immortal? That was too fast, wasn't it? In the image, Emperor Jiang, the Tao Lord, and Long Yu were like the Corpse Emperor. As they spoke, they mobilized the power of the continent and the power of the world to resist the great demon. The great demon, the great demon. Ha 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 ha, do you see that? Our divine continent is filled with talents. I'm not the only Earth Immortal. It's time to settle the blood debt from 3,000 years ago. Whatever sins you committed then, you will pay it back today. No one can save you. No one can save you. Wang Gushin said coldly. The great demon suddenly calmed down. I understand. You are fighting with me, and Wang Ke is trying to provoke me? To buy time? So that I can focus on you and give them time to transcend their tribulations? Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Wang Gushin, do you think this is all I have? You are not qualified to deal with me. P.S. End of night. Tomorrow should be the end. Chapter 1049. Under the eye of the heavenly Tao, the great demon saw the 4 images. The Corpse Emperor, Emperor Jiang, the Tao Lord, and Long Yu had all become earthly immortals. At the same time, they were mobilizing the power of life on their respective divine continents. He was furious, not from fear, but from embarrassment. The great demon realized that after coming out of seclusion, he had been manipulated by others. From the Corpse Emperor's hypnosis to now, he had been led by the nose. This was unforgivable. In the eyes of the great demon king, all the creatures on this planet were only his food. He could waste them as he wished and devour them as he wished. Had he been deceived by a bunch of food? Ha ha ha, good, very good. Wang Gushin, you know how to play, right? Then I'll fulfill your wishes. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. You think a few earthly immortals can kill me? What a joke. Don't you know who I am? 3,000 years ago, I was able to suppress you. 3,000 years later, you think I'm still the same? So what if two earthly immortal treasures were tricked by you? The current me has already grasped the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of planet divine continent is a heavenly immortal treasure. You want to be my enemy? I'll let you see the consequences of defying me. The great demon snarled. As he spoke, the great demon waved his hand. 9 balls of rainbow liquid suddenly fell from the eye of the heavenly Tao. The 9 balls of rainbow liquid overflowed, and the eye of the heavenly Tao darkened. It was as though the 9 balls of rainbow liquid were extremely taxing on the eye of the heavenly Tao. What's that? Wang Ko asked curiously. The corpse emperor of the southern divine continent seemed to be able to see the scene from afar. His expression changed. Not good. Wang Gushin, destroy the 9 balls of liquid. Quick! The corpse emperor shouted. It's too late. The great demon sneered. Beep! 9 drops of blood emerged from the eye of the heavenly Tao, rushing towards the 9 balls of rainbow liquid. Go! The great demon shouted. Boom! 8 of the balls of liquid shot towards the 4 divine continents. Each divine continent had 2 balls of liquid. When Wang Gushin rushed into the sky, the great demon instantly slashed down with his sword. Boom! Wang Gushin was hit by the impact. At this moment, the last cluster of colorful liquid that the great demon was protecting behind him also underwent a huge change. The drop of blood in the liquid was rapidly fissuring. In the blink of an eye, 1 drop of blood turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and then into countless drops of liquid, which then condensed into flesh, bones, and countless nerves and blood vessels. A human silhouette appeared in the 7-colored liquid. Slowly, all the rainbow-colored liquid flowed into the human silhouette. Soon, a person was created. Gene cloning. Wang Ku exclaimed, The great demon? Another the great demon? Wang Gushin exclaimed, Not just 1, but 9. The other 8 went to the other 4 divine continents to kill all 4 of your earthly immortals. The great demon said savagely, How dare you? Wang Ku glared angrily. One of the 4 earthly immortals was Long Yu. You want to kill Long Yu? I don't believe it. You must be a doppelganger. How can you have the same strength? Wang Gushin roared. As he spoke, Wang Gushin rushed forward again. Wang Gushin was also extremely nervous, because the great demon was already so terrifying, and now there were 10. 10, the great demon? How could he take that? Then you can try. The great demon sneered. One of the great demon slapped the lunar god sphere. The lunar god sphere was powered by more than 100 immortals, and its power was immense. The great demon, slashed at Wang Gushin. Wang Gushin channeled all his strength into the lunar god scimitar and slashed back. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, the moon god sphere and more than 100 immortals were sent flying. Wang Gushin was also sent flying by the great demon king's sword. How was it? Our strength didn't disappoint you, did we? The great demon sneered. Impossible, impossible. Why are all of you the same strength? Why? Wang Gushin screamed in horror. How could they fight? You guys did have a scheme. You guys schemed against me. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are a joke. I have the eye of the heavenly Tao. Even if I create another 20 bodies, it won't be difficult for me to do so. I am the heavens of this planet. Heavens cannot be defied. Those who defy it will die. The great demon roared. Rumble. In the 4 images, 8 the great demon appeared. Each had 2 the great demon against an earthly immortal. The corpse emperor, Emperor Jiang, Tao Lord, and Long Yu each had 2 the great demon in front of them. An earth-shattering battle began. Boom! The huge impact caused the entire divine continent to tremble slightly. Even across the vast distance, one could feel the impact from the 4 divine continents. See that? Ha ha ha, see that? In front of me, you are just a bunch of ants? You want to resist me? What a joke! Only 10 bodies are enough to deal with you. Otherwise, my Eye of Heaven Tao can create even more. Even more. The great demon laughed maniacally. Wang Gushin's face was ugly, and at this moment a huge sound came from the sky. Boom! Endless light lit up the sea. What? The great demon's face changed as he looked up at the sky. Eye of Heaven Tao! Wang Gushin exclaimed. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao was approached by an enormous ball. Then, as the Eye of the Heavenly Tao widened its eyes, it was swallowed by that enormous ball. The great sun. It was Wang Ke's great sun. At this moment, Wang Ke was no longer afraid. The great demon charged towards the various divine continents. His wife was going to suffer. How could he hide behind her? Instantly, he transformed into the great sun and enlarged rapidly. Bigger, bigger, bigger. He was even bigger than the Eye of Heaven Tao. In one gulp, he swallowed the Eye of Heaven Tao. The great demon was created by the Eye of Heaven Tao. I will seal the Eye of Heaven Tao and see if I can weaken the great demon's strength. Wang Gushin, you continue. Wang Ke shouted. The great sun suddenly emitted blazing sun true fire. Boom! Above the sea, the great sun swallowed the Eye of Heaven Tao. It seemed to transform into a blazing sun, burning rapidly in the sky. Wang Gushin stared in shock. How could Wang Gushin have imagined that Wang Ke would swallow the Eye of Heaven Tao in one gulp? Was there a mistake? The great demon also stared at the great sun in the sky. You can become so big? You swallowed my Eye of Heaven Tao. No, no, this is the true fire of the sun. This is the great solar undying divine technique. It's not fake, not fake. This is really Giguzi's aura. Who are you to Giguzi? The great demon exclaimed. None of your business. Why is the Eye of Heaven Tao so difficult to burn? Wang Ke said anxiously. Damn it, damn it. I was too careless. I should have killed you earlier. But there's still time. Kill. The great demon roared and rushed at Wang Ke. Lunar goddess scimitar, lunar goddess spear. Wang Gushin roared. Boom! Wang Gushin immediately stood in front of the great demon with all his might. However, the great demon were too strong. In one attack, Wang Gushin, the lunar goddess spear, and the 102 immortals were sent flying. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The great demon? Today either you die or I die. Wang Gushin roared. Seeing the great demon lose his composure, Wang Gushin naturally understood that he had to stop the great demon no matter what. Otherwise, all life on Star Divine Continent would be finished. Wang Gushin, you said it the other way around. You should have said either I die or you die. Wang Ke said in the air. Don't talk nonsense with me. Wang Ke, since you can swallow the Eye of Heaven Tao, then think of something to do. Wang Gushin roared. As he roared, Wang Gushin rushed at the great demon again. Do something? So what if my Eye of Heaven Tao is temporarily sealed in the entrance by Wang Ke? Can he destroy my Eye of Heaven Tao? My Eye of Heaven Tao is invincible. No one can. The great demon snarled. But before he could finish, the great demon's expression changed. Great solar undying sword. You used the great solar undying sword to stab the Eye of Heaven Tao? Wang Ke, stop! Kaboom! With a boom, the grand solar undying sword stabbed into the Eye of the Heavenly Way's pupil. A great destructive force caused the Eye of the Heavenly Way to instantly shatter. No! The great demon roared in horror. The great demon rushed into the sky. But now that Wang Gushin saw hope again, how could he let him go up? He rushed down again. With my lifespan, I stimulate my immortal body. Blood guide, body explosion. Wang Gushin roared. However, Wang Gushin activated his potential, causing countless bloody holes to appear all over his body. His hair also rapidly turned white. Wang Gushin's strength instantly skyrocketed, and he used the moon god scimitar to block a great demon king. Wang Gushin, are you going to burn your lifespan to take me down with you? The great demon king said savagely. That's right. Everyone on Star Divine continent will take you down with them. Wang Gushin roared. Boom! The blood on the surface of Wang Gushin's body burned, turning into a monstrous power. Wang Gushin's strength soared, and he suppressed the great demon. It's useless. It's just you alone. It's useless. The great demon snarled, because the great demon was charging at Wang Ku. But there, the 102 immortals used the lunar goddess orb to suppress him. Boom! The great demon roared and struck out with a palm. It's useless. They can't stop me at all. It's just over 100 dead people. The great demon roared. No, they're not dead. They're the martyrs of Star Divine continent. Break the contract and incur their wrath. Wang Gushin roared. Wang! The 102 immortals shuddered as if they had suddenly woken up from their stupor. What are you doing? They've all been turned into puppets by me. Have you broken their puppet contracts? If you break their contracts, they won't listen to you anymore. They'll turn into dead objects. Are you destroying your own strength? The great demon exclaimed. They're dead. Each one of them is a living dead. The living dead are different from the real dead. They're surrounded by resentment, and it's their spiritual will that always surrounds them. They're the heroes of Star Divine continent. Even in death, they'll always be heroes. This spiritual will and resentment that surrounds them can allow them to regain their sense of self in a short time. Wang Gushin said solemnly, What? The other demon king was startled. The 102 immortals shuddered as well. Their eyes were filled with confusion, but they immediately understood what was going on. Everyone, I know that you died unwillingly, even if your corpses are being refined into weapons by the great demon. But now, Star Divine continent is facing its final crisis. Our final battle is the great demon. Can you still take revenge? Wang Gushin roared. The 102 immortals shuddered as well. Suddenly, they saw everything clearly. Their resentment exploded, and they seemed to know that their spiritual wills were about to dissipate. But in that instant, all the immortals shuddered. May my immortal body protect our divine continent. I, the left sword fairy, will die together with the great demon. One immortal roared. Boom! The left sword fairy self-destructed. The power of her self-destruction poured into the moon god orb, increasing the power of the moon god orb tenfold. May my immortal body protect our divine continent. Another immortal roared. Boom! A second immortal self-destructed. May my immortal body protect our divine continent. A third immortal roared. May my immortal body protect our divine continent. Boom! 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 One immortal after another immortal self-destructed, causing the power of the moon god sphere to increase exponentially, and it hurtled toward the other great demon king with all its might. The other great demon king's initial advantage was completely wiped out. Lunatics, you bunch of lunatics! The great demon roared. The resentment of the immortals was jolted awake. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. In this final radiance, there was no other thought except to protect Star Divine continent, to protect their home. Even if they had to self-destruct, they would not hesitate. This was a hatred that would not rest until one of them was dead. This was a conviction to protect their home. This was a spirit that no one could extinguish. May my immortal body protect our divine continent. The last immortal roared as he self-destructed. In that instant, all the power of the self-destruction was channeled into the moon god orb. The moon god orb exploded with brilliant silver light, carrying with it a destructive force that crashed into the great demon. Under the terrifying force, the great demon spat out a mouthful of blood. The great demon was gravely injured by this force. As for the moon god orb, the force was too great, and cracks appeared on it. P.S. First update. Chapter 1050. The great sun swallowed the eye of heavenly Tao in one gulp. Wonka had no choice but to do so. The great demon had already left for the 4 divine continents. He definitely could not catch up to them, and he was no match for the great demon now. The only thing he could do was attack the eye of heavenly Tao. The eye of heavenly Tao seemed invincible, but in Wonka's eyes it was just a treasure, an inanimate object. It was just an eye of the great demon. If the great demon could not deal with him, how could he not deal with this eye? As long as he destroyed the eye of heavenly Tao, perhaps the great demon would disperse on their own? Seeing Wang Guxin and the group of immortals frantically helping him block the attacks of the great demon, Wonka became even more desperate. The great sun emitted towering flames. Inside its mouth, the eye of heavenly Tao seemed to be releasing waves of energy. However, this energy was more of a spiritual deterrence and not the physical impact of the great demon. Wonka could still withstand this divine power. In the great sun's mouth, Wonka's real body stabbed down with the great solar undying sword. Boom! The eyeball of the eye of heavenly Tao suddenly cracked open. The grand sun primordial fire was about to rush in, but from within the eye of heavenly Tao, a terrifying rainbow-colored energy suddenly gushed out and rushed towards Wangku. What? Wangku exclaimed. Boom! A huge explosion of energy instantly sent Wangku flying. The great sun's mouth was quickly filled with rainbow-colored energy. Wangku! The great demon outside roared angrily. Wangku also sensed the reason for the great demon's anger. This rainbow-colored energy was too powerful. It was so powerful that Wangku's cultivation erupted again. Boom! The great sun trembled, and a wave of air rushed out in all directions. The 9th tier of the immortal ascension realm. Wangku exclaimed, "Ka ka ka ka!" In the great sun's mouth, the eye of the heavenly Tao began to crack open. The 7-colored energy just now was just the beginning. More 7-colored energy instantly burst out and rushed towards the great sun. Oh no! Wangku exclaimed. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds rang out in the outside world. Boom! Ka-ka-ka-ka! Heaven and earth rumbled as countless dark clouds gathered around the great sun, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Electric nets scattered all over the dark clouds, as if the sky had split open. My eye of the heavenly Tao was destroyed. Wangku, you destroyed my eye of the heavenly Tao. The great demon roared furiously. At this moment, the battle in the outside world had reached its end. The power of the 102 immortals' self-destruction poured into the moon god orb, heavily injuring the great demon and causing the great demon to spit out blood. Wang Guxin still felt that this was not good enough. Moon god orb, explode! Wang Guxin roared one last time. The moon god orb, which had already cracked open, exploded towards the great demon. Boom! With a super loud sound, the moon god orb exploded. The resulting flames instantly evaporated the sea below. The already heavily injured the great demon was instantly smashed deep into the ground. On the other side, the great demon and Wang Guxin were also affected, and were abruptly sent flying by the terrifying wave of destruction. Boom! The two were also sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant sea. Rumble! The entire divine continent star shuddered violently, as though all 5 divine continents were being shaken by this impact. Huge flames swept across the sea, completely evaporating it. After a long while, the sea was once again covered by water from all directions. At this moment, a blood-soaked great demon king flew out from the depths of the ground and looked at another great demon king who was coughing up blood. He pointed his sword at Wang Gushin, who was covered in blood, had a head of white hair, and did not have much strength left. The moon god scimitar in Wang Gushin's hand was covered in cracks. Clearly, Wang Gushin's injuries were not light. In the sky, the great sun was shrinking. The great sun had absorbed all the energy of the eye of heavenly Tao, completely digesting it. The great sun had turned completely black. Boom! The great sun burned wildly. Wang, Ku has reached the 10th tier of the immortal realm? The eye of heavenly Tao is destroyed? Cough, cough, ha 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 ha. Wang Gushin laughed weakly. The great demon swallowed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, glaring at Wang Gushin with malevolent expressions. You think you've won by destroying my eye of heavenly Tao? Laughable. One of the great demons snarled. We destroyed your heavenly Tao. Wang Gushin said weakly, You're wrong. Heavenly Tao is heavenly Tao. The eye of heavenly Tao is the eye of heavenly Tao. They're completely different. I haven't even started using my heavenly Tao. As for the eye of heavenly Tao, do you know what it is? You know nothing. The eye of heavenly Tao is just a tool I use to store energy. It only stores some of my energy, some usable energy. I've lost the eye of heavenly Tao, but I've lost some reserves. It doesn't affect me at all, not one bit. The great demon snarled. What? Wang Gushin's expression changed. You don't know anything. You think I'll die after destroying the eye of heavenly Tao? Ha ha ha, no, I won't. I'm not affected at all. You, on the other hand, were destroyed when the lunar sphere exploded. More than 100 immortals were destroyed, and the lunar scimitar was shattered. Even you, Wang Gushin, have activated your potential and expended your lifespan. You're seriously injured and on the verge of death. That's why you've lost everything. You've lost. The great demon snarled. No, no. Wang Gushin's face was filled with despair. In the face of absolute power, your schemes and schemes are all laughable things, the most laughable of all. Do you think you've won? No, you've lost completely. Now I'll send you on your way. The great demon slashed at Wang Gushin. Wang Gushin's face was filled with despair. Failed. All of them failed. He had schemed for 1,000 years, and this was the result? In the end, he couldn't stop the great demon? No, 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 I won't accept this. Wang Gushin raised the cracked lunar scimitar. Boom! The lunar scimitar shattered. The great demon's sword was unstoppable and was about to cut Wang Gushin into pieces. At that moment, a green sword ray appeared in front of Wang Gushin. It slashed at the great demon's sword. Hong! With a loud bang, the huge impact of the sword force caused the great demon king's divine sword to fly back. The divine sword, which was already covered in cracks, instantly exploded. Bam! The great demon staggered a few steps back before he could steady himself. What? The great demon's eyes widened in shock as he looked into the distance. However, he saw a man dressed in white appear not far away, holding a bronze longsword, protecting Wang Gushin, who was covered in blood behind him. You're Chun Tianyuan, an earth immortal? The great demon exclaimed. It was Chun Tianyuan, shrouded in rainbow light and holding a bronze longsword. He looked coldly at the great demon in the distance. Chun Tianyuan? You, how did you become an earth immortal? Wang Gushin looked at Chun Tianyuan in disbelief. Previously, when I helped Wang Ku inform Simon Shunsway at Benevolent God's capital, I had an epiphany. My cultivation rose from the 9th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm to the 10th tier. Then, while you were fighting, I summoned the Great Tao Tribulation. I had just passed the Earth Immortal Tribulation at Benevolent God's capital. My Earth Immortal Tribulation was a little troublesome, so it took some time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Chun Tianyuan said in a low voice, Not too late, not too late. Ha! Ha 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 ha. It's not too late for anyone on Divine Continent to resist the great demon. Not too late. Uft. Wang Gushin spat out blood and trembled. Master, protect me. High up in the sky, the great sun exploded with blazing solar true fire. At this moment, another the great demon rushed at Wang Ku. Chen Tinyuan's eyes narrowed, and the long sword in his hand shot into the sky. Humph, Chen Tianyuan, you're just an earth immortal. Wang Gushin will be your end. The great demon from before immediately pounced. Chen Tinyuan's sword light slashed out, and the great demon's expression changed. This was because the edge of the sword was too terrifying. The great demon felt like he could see billions of sword chi rushing at him. His hair stood on end as he defended with all his might. Boom! The great demon was instantly sent flying. Chen Tinyuan's long sword did not stop as he slashed at the great demon that was pouncing at Wang Ku. The great demon was already covered in blood. Suddenly sensing the great danger, his expression changed. Boom! The great demon, was also sent flying by this sword attack. Chen Tianyuan had sent the great demon flying with 2 sword attacks. Even though the great demon was seriously injured, they were still in disbelief. How is this possible? The great demon exclaimed. Chen Tianyuan, you. Wang Gushin was ecstatic. The strength that Chen Tianyuan displayed was too terrifying. 2 the great demon were actually sent flying by 1 sword attack. The power of the sword principle just now was even greater than his own. Wang Ku, how are you? Chen Tianyuan shouted. The great sun in the sky quickly turned into Wang Ku's appearance. Wang Ku's body was covered in flames. His expression was terrible. I am at the 10th tier of the immortal ascension realm. It's time to be cremated again. But I'm prepared. Master, I need time. I'm going to undergo the earth immortal tribulation. Chen Tinyuan's eyes lit up. You're going to undergo the earth immortal tribulation too? All right, Master will protect you, Chen Tianyuan shouted. Thank you, Master. Wang Ku's face lit up with joy. He looked down and saw that Wang Gushin had become extremely old. His body was covered in bloody holes. Clearly, he was extremely weak. On the other side, the great demon were eyeing him covetously. Old Han, come here and take Wang Gushin away. He's already a cripple. High up in the air, Wang Ku shouted towards the distance. Wang Gushin's face froze. Damn it, do you know how to talk? Who's a cripple? Wang Ku. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Gushin was so angry that he coughed up blood. However, Wang Gushin couldn't say anything because a ray of light flashed in the distance. It was old Han flapping his butterfly wings and grabbing Wang Gushin as he flew into the distance. Old Han took Wang Gushin away. Chen Tianyuan blocked the great demon. Wang Ku was going to undergo the earth immortal tribulation. Chen Tianyuan had to protect the 2 of them. Naturally, he would be distracted. Now that Wang Ku was taken away, Wang Gushin was no longer worried. Earth immortal tribulation, here it comes, Wang Ku shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, dark clouds surged in the sky once again. Within the dark clouds, there seemed to be countless stars shining. Tribulation? In your dreams, the great demon charged again. Wang Gushin was already a cripple. The great demon naturally did not care. However, Wang Ku was about to undergo the earth immortal tribulation. Once he succeeded, he would be another earth immortal. How could that be? Naturally, they had to destroy it. Although they did not know why, the earth immortal tribulation in the past was so deadly. However, on Divine Continent, everyone could pass it. But at this moment, the most important thing was to destroy Wang Ku and stop him from undergoing the tribulation. Both of you, your opponent now is me. Chen Tianyuan glared and slashed with his sword. Boom! P.S. Second update. Chapter 1051. Chun Tianyuan used his long sword to protect Wang Ku behind him. The sword intent in his hands slashed out like two ion cannons that traversed the starry sky, instantly hitting the great demon. Boom! Boom! The great demon were sent flying into the sky by this slash, crashing heavily into a heaven-down net in the sky. Impossible, impossible. Even if you are an earth immortal, you can't be this strong. This is impossible. The great demon shouted in shock. Previously, the great demon had beaten Wang Gushin. No, won the great demon, and Wang Gushin had been forced to retreat. But now, the two of them were no match for Chun Tianyuan. Even if they were injured, they should not be so weak. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The great demon roared and rushed down again. But Chun Tianyuan did not back down. His bronze long sword once again slashed out with that terrifying sword Dao. Rumble! A storm of sword chi enveloped the sea. Chun Tianyuan was like the source of the storm, bringing a devastating disaster to the great demon. The great demon could not believe it. How could the two of them be so weak? How could Chun Tianyuan's sword Dao be so ferocious? But this was the truth. Chun Tianyuan's sword Dao was too strong. Coupled with his earth immortal cultivation, he was invincible on planet Divine Continent. Slash! Chun Tianyuan shouted. Boom! The great demon was split in half by Chun Tianyuan. Blood splattered everywhere as the two halves of the body exploded. The great demon was killed by Chun Tianyuan just like that. When the battle ended, the great demon's eyes widened in disbelief. In the distance, Wang Gushin, who had been rescued by Old Han, was also watching from afar. At first, he was worried about Chun Tianyuan's safety. But when he saw the domineering Chun Tianyuan cut down the great demon, Wang Gushin was stunned. Chun Tianyuan's sword Dao, how could it be so terrifying? Wang Gushin exclaimed. Rumble! In the distance, the biggest commotion was the earthly immortal tribulation enveloping Wang Ku. But at this moment, countless flashes of lightning Wang Ku's face. Wang Gushin was naturally stunned by Chun Tianyuan's sword Dao. Chun Tianyuan's sword Dao. There was only one great demon king left. He held a long sword in his hand and had an ugly expression on his face. Giguzi? Who is Guzi? Wang Gushin asks. Giguzi? I've never seen him before. Chun Tianyuan said in a low voice. Impossible, impossible. Other than Giguzi, I've never seen such powerful sword Dao from anyone else. You must be Giguzi's disciple. The great demon roared. Chun Tianyuan sneered. I don't know the Giguzi you speak of. My sword Dao is the sword Dao of planet Divine Continent. It has nothing to do with other planets. I studied the sword Dao of the various sects and finally created the 10,000 sword art. Today, I'll use the 10,000 sword art to kill you. The great demon's face was ugly. Your strength and cultivation are inferior to mine. Is it because of the 10,000 sword art? The 10,000 sword art made you so strong? That's right. A swordsman is the leader of all weapons. But if your cultivation is lacking, today will be the day you die. Chun Tianyuan said coldly. As he spoke, his long sword slashed out again. Boom! The great demon was sent flying again. Ha, 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 the 10,000 sword art? Good, very good. I wasn't Giguzi's match on the ancestral planet, but it's different now. I'll refine you into my puppet. I'll copy your 10,000 sword art and use it to take revenge. I'll go back and kill Giguzi. The 10,000 sword art I declare is mine. The great demon said savagely. You're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You really don't know what's good for you. Chun Tianyuan said coldly. Rumble. Instantly, dozens of energy swords shot toward the great demon. The great demon was pushed back again and again. Finally, Chun Tianyuan decapitated him. Boom! The great demon's head was sent flying. In the distance, Wang Gushin was overjoyed. Good. However, the great demon king's head that was sent flying did not reveal a look of despair. Instead, it revealed a sneer. Do you think this is my true body? The great demon's head sneered. What did you say? Qin Tianyuan said grimly. This isn't my true body. My true body is comprehending the heavenly sword art. The 10 of us, the great demon, are just a drop of my true body's blood. Qin Tianyuan, you finally angered me. My true body is here. Just wait for your death. Ha 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 ha. The great demon's laughter died away. Was the second the great demon killed by Qin Tianyuan? However, Qin Tianyuan suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, because above Qin Tianyuan's head, the huge net that looked like it could split the sky was quickly shrinking and condensing. Slowly, it condensed into a 7-colored ball of light in front of Qin Tianyuan. Inside the ball, a man was sitting cross-legged. If this man wasn't the great demon, who else could it be? The great demon was holding a black, long sword in his hand. The long sword was pitch black, like a black hole. When one looked at it, one would feel as if one's mind was sucked into it. Bang! The great demon's true body stepped out of the ball. All the light in the ball shrank into the pitch-black long sword in his hand. The great demon, Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. That's a good move. You actually killed 2 drops of my blood? The great demon's true body revealed a faint smile. 2 drops of blood? Qin Tianyuan was surprised. As expected of the number 1 swordsman in the world. Qin Tianyuan, I know you are very strong, but you have to know that sometimes swordsmanship doesn't mean everything. The great demon's true body sneered. Then try it. Qin Tianyuan stretched out his hand and slashed out with his sword. Boom! A beam of light that looked like an ion cannon shot straight at the great demon's true body. The great demon's true body stretched out his hand and waved it. The tip of the pitch-black long sword in his hand was pointed at Qin Tianyuan. Buzz! Qin Tianyuan's sword aura, which was as terrifying as an ion cannon, seemed to have been shattered by an invisible force. It instantly exploded and dissipated into thin air. What? Qin Tianyuan's face changed. This is the heavenly Tao. Once the heavenly sword appears, it can rewrite the rules of your swordsmanship. Is your swordsmanship strong? Or is my heavenly Tao stronger? The great demon's true body sneered. I don't believe it. Again, Qin Tianyuan's eyes widened. In a flash, he suddenly appeared beside the great demon's true body and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The great demon waved the heavenly Tao sword in his hand lightly. In an instant, Qin Tianyuan's beam of light collapsed again. Taking advantage of this, the great demon's other hand struck out with his palm. What? Qin Tianyuan cried out in surprise and blocked with his long sword. Huh! With a loud bang, Qin Tianyuan was instantly blasted hundreds of miles away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Qin Tianyuan in disbelief. There are also levels 5 in the Earth Celestial Realm. If you can't use swordsmanship, you are only at the 1st level. How can you be a match for me at the 5th level? A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you are on equal footing with me after reaching the Earth Immortal Realm? No, you are far from it. Even if I don't use the heavenly Tao sword, you are still not my match. The great demon's true body said. 5th level Earth Immortal Realm? Qin Tianyuan widened his eyes. Even if I don't use the heavenly Tao sword, I can still kill you with a flip of my hand. You can only contend with that drop of blood of mine. In front of my true body, you are simply not enough. Do you want to come again? The great demon's true body sneered. Come again. Qin Tianyuan roared with a ferocious expression. Qin Tianyuan's beam of light once again pierced the heavens and the earth and slashed towards the great demon's true body. You overestimate yourself. The great demon's true body sneered. Boom! The huge impact of the two caused the entire divine continent to shake violently. In the tribulation clouds of the earth, immortal tribulation. In the tribulation clouds, Wonka sat in the myriad lightning waterfall with the great solar undying sword in his hand. Although the myriad lightning waterfall was powerful, Wang Ku could still withstand it. The great solar undying sword was placed on his knees. Wang Ku closed his eyes as if he was meditating. No, he was not meditating. The great solar undying sword produced a golden halo that absorbed the endless lightning. At the same time, it produced a series of images that appeared in Wang Ku's consciousness. Wang Ku was meditating. It was as if he could not feel the myriad lightning waterfall around him. Instead, he was in a strange space that was like an extremely calm pool. A drop of water fell into the pool, causing ripples in the pool. Wang Ku sat on the surface of the calm pool. In front of Wang Ku was a ball of light that looked like an old man in an ancient robe drinking tea. Where is this? Why am I here? Wang Ku asked in surprise. Don't worry, this is a long-distance spiritual communication space that I built. The old man opposite him took a sip of tea and smiled. Spiritual communication space. Wang Ku was shocked. Little guy, not bad. You actually activated the great solar undying sword? Back then, I set it up that only those who reached the peak of mortals could activate the great solar undying sword and summon the power of the earth immortal tribulation to contact me. In 3,000 years, you are the first. The old man smiled. Ah, old ancestor, you're my old ancestor, Giguzi? Wang Ku was ecstatic. The old man smiled. What is your name? My name is Wang Ku. Great-grandfather, I am being bullied. You have to help me. Wang Ku was so agitated that he started to defame the old man. As he spoke, Wang Ku burst into tears. The old man smiled and shook his head. You want me to help you? Don't even think about it. I should be very far away from you, in the starry sky. I can't come to you. Ah. Wang Ku wiped the tears from his eyes and exclaimed, Did I just act pitiful for nothing? The great solar undying sword attracted the thunder and lightning of the earth immortal tribulation. It piqued my curiosity. That's why I used my mind power to create this communication space. Not bad. You should have understood the essence of becoming a sage through merit and absorbed a lot of merit to reach your current cultivation level. Giguzi smiled. Becoming a sage through merit? Wang Ku asked curiously. I forgot that you are not even an immortal. You are still far from becoming a sage. Take care of yourself and continue to work hard. There are many realms above the earth immortal realm. There is still a long way to go. Giguzi shook his head. Great-grandfather, what's up with the great solar undying sword? Also, my current enemy is someone called the Great Demon. Does he have a grudge against you? Can I beat him? Wang Ku asked anxiously. The Great Demon? What's the Great Demon? Giguzi looked puzzled. You don't know the Great Demon? That's him. Wang Ku used a spell to create the face of the Great Demon. Him. Giguzi looked at the face and tried to recall. Great-grandfather, don't tell me you don't know him? He said he was defeated by you and fled to divine Continent Star. He has been holding a grudge and wants to return to seek revenge. Great-grandfather, the Great Demon changed his face and you don't recognize him? Wang Ku asked curiously. Giguzi racked his brains to recall, and finally seemed to recall something. Ah, I remember now. During the great battle on the ancestral planet, there was a little demon. I wanted to kill him, but your great-grandmother called me home for dinner, so I didn't have time to chase after that little demon. However, we had already formed some karma, so I casually grabbed a handful of his remnant aura and sealed it in the great solar undying sword so that I could track him down in the future. However, many things happened at home, and I forgot about it. Why? That little demon flew to a foreign planet? You also went to a foreign planet? Giguzi asked curiously. Yeah, the great solar undying sword brought me here. While flying through space, I kept growing in reverse. When I reached this planet, I was a baby. Wang Ke recalled. Oh, perhaps you encountered the time nebula during your flight. Your body couldn't withstand it, and you were turned into a baby by the time reversal. Giguzi said after some thought. Then, how did I come to planet Divine Continent? Wang Ke asked curiously. Maybe you accidentally triggered some kind of restriction on the great solar undying godly sword, and the great solar undying godly sword activated its ability to track that little devil and brought you here. However, since you're here and you're about to pass the earthly immortal tribulation, you might as well destroy him. Consider it as helping me settle some karma. Giguzi said. Great-grandfather, that's easy for you to say. The great demon has refined the heavenly Tao of planet Divine Continent. How can I destroy him? Wang Ke said with an ugly expression. You're my grandson. What's so hard about destroying a little demon? Giguzi said confidently. Wang Ke's face stiffened. Little demon? That's only to great-grandfather. To me, it's incredible. Great-grandfather, what's the great demon's background? What's his weakness? What's his name? Why don't you tell me about it? I'll know what to do. What's his background? What's his name? How would I know? Back then, there were countless demons on the ancestral planet. How could I remember all of them? Especially this minor character that I almost forgot. How would I know? Why don't you ask him yourself? Giguzi said. Wang Ke stared at Giguzi. P.S. Third update, all the way to the finale. Chapter 1052. What's his background? What's his name? How would I know? There were countless demons on the ancestral planet back then. How could I remember all of them? Especially this minor character that I almost forgot. How would I know? Why don't you ask him yourself? Giguzi said. Wang Ke stared at Giguzi. Great-grandfather, you make me afraid of your strength. The great demon is a minor character? Only you can say that to me. If the big shots of planet Divine Continent knew, wouldn't they spit on you to death? All right, since you're confident that you can pass the tribulation, then go ahead. The great solar undying immortal technique is a virtuous way to become a sage. It can break through all illusions and inner demons. The earth immortal tribulation is also an inner demon tribulation, which happens to be countered by the great solar undying immortal technique. Go ahead and become an earth immortal. Your future will be smooth sailing. I'll wait for you ahead. Giguzi said, Great-grandfather, I don't have enough merit. Can you give me some merit? Wang Ke asked immediately. I don't have enough merit. Besides, this is just a mental connection. I can't give you anything. Giguzi's face darkened. No, merit is different. As long as you say the word, merit will automatically fly over. When I was on planet Divine Continent, everyone gave me merit like this. As long as you say the word, merit will travel through time and space to come over. Great-grandfather, it's almost the new year, but you haven't given me any red packet yet. Use merit. Wang Ke said eagerly. Wang. At this moment, the mental space trembled. Aya, you're too far away. This mental space is a little unstable. I can't hear you. Forget it. I've said what I wanted to say. That's it for today. Your great-grandmother is calling me for dinner. I don't have time to talk to you. Work hard. Giguzi said. Great-grandfather, wait. I have something to say. Wang Ke shouted. Poof! The mental space collapsed, and Wang Ke's consciousness returned to the tribulation thunderstorm. Wang Ke's face stiffened. You hung up just like that? Great-grandfather, I'm your grandson. You're not even willing to give me some merit money. Really, forget it. I can only use my own money. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation in the sky continued to attack violently. Not only was there lightning, but there were also illusions of the stars. Within the illusions of the stars, there seemed to be scenes of light that rushed into Wang Ke's mind. This should be the inner demon that Giguzi mentioned. However, when these lights touched the grand sun, primordial fire on the surface of his body, they immediately collapsed. In the sky, the heavenly tribulation continued. Wang Ke's eyes narrowed. Earth immortal tribulation? So what? The great sun. Wang Ke's eyes narrowed. Buzz! Wang Ke transformed into the form of the great sun and immediately soared into the sky against the heavenly thunder. He suddenly enlarged countless times as the great sun opened its mouth. Boom! In one gulp, the great sun swallowed the tribulation cloud, the earthly immortal tribulation cloud. In the mouth of the great sun, the earthly immortal tribulation cloud was silent for a moment. Perhaps in all these years, the divine continent star had never encountered such a wild tribulation challenger. I'm the tribulation cloud. Do I not care about my reputation? The earthly immortal tribulation cloud was silent for a moment. Suddenly, endless thunderstorms burst out. For a moment, it seemed as if there were countless meteorites in the universe rushing towards the great sun. The earthly immortal tribulation attacked the great sun from both inside and outside. Rumble! The great sun was instantly enveloped in the roar of the explosion. However, for Wang Ke, this external attack was nothing. He cultivated the great solar undying technique, which could convert external force into internal force. The only thing that Wang Ke was afraid of was the internal force of the great solar undying technique. He was only afraid of being cremated. Although they were both ascending, Wang Ke did not want to be cremated. Wang Ke said in a low voice, "Luckily, I still have the Godly King coins merit points. In the past few years, the Godly King coins have developed rapidly. Almost everyone only recognizes the Godly King coins. The big shots of the divine continents are willing to sacrifice their authority to make their Godly King coins popular. It's too much trouble for them. It should be enough, it should be enough. Enter the Godly King coins merit points." Boundless golden light burst out of the red sun's body, illuminating the entire world. Rumble! Finally, an hour later, the earthly immortal tribulation ended. The tribulation cloud in the great sun's mouth was completely digested. The meteorites in the universe no longer bombarded the great sun. On the contrary, the void above the great sun seemed to form a rainbow vortex. Endless rainbow light rushed towards the great sun. At the same time, the Godly King coins merit points flowed towards the great sun like a river. They were finally about to be exhausted. The great sun turned from black to gray, then to dark yellow, then to bright yellow, and finally to gold. Buzz! The golden great sun shrank back into Wang Ke's body. Wang Ke sat cross-legged in the sky, surrounded by the rainbow light. Waves of earthly immortal energy erupted, causing the void around Wang Ke to tremble. After an indeterminate period of time, Wang Ke opened his eyes. Boom! With Wang Ke as the center, a huge storm swept out in all directions. Earthly immortal realm. Wang Ke didn't have time to be happy when a figure suddenly bumped into him. Boom! With a cry of pain, Qin Tianyuan, covered in blood, crashed into Wang Ke while vomiting blood. Master! Wang Ke's face paled as he helped Qin Tianyuan up. Wang Ke, you're an earthly immortal now. Qin Tianyuan looked at Wang Ke in surprise. In the distance, the great demon stepped forward with the sword of heaven in his hand. Qin Tianyuan, you're really risking your life to protect your disciple. You know you're no match for me. You could have run away, but you chose not to. You're still holding on with your sword chi even though your meridians are shattered. The great demon sneered. Wang Ke, you're Giguzi's descendant? Can you deal with him? Qin Tianyuan endured his weakness and looked at Wang Ke. Master, in the past, it was always you who protected me. Today, let me protect you. That's right, Giguzi is my great-grandfather. When I was transcending the tribulation, my great-grandfather contacted me via video call. He said that the great demon is just a small fry and asked me to kill him. Wonka nodded. Huh? A small fry? Qin Tianyuan couldn't help but vomit blood. If the great demon is a small fry, then what are we, the people who fought against the great demon, considered? Did you do it on purpose, you brat? You contacted Giguzi? Then let him come. Humph, now that I'm in control of the Sword of Heaven, let him come. The great demon roared with a sullen face. Old Han, come here and take my master to rest. Wonka shouted. Whoosh! In the distance, a butterfly flew over again. It grabbed Qin Tianyuan and ran. It didn't even dare to speak to Wangku. Wangku stared blankly as Old Han grabbed his master. Old Han, what are you afraid of? I'm still here. Why are you so scared? With me here, who dares to touch you? Wangku stared at the butterfly that was about to fly away. Before the butterfly could speak, a black light fell on its back. Ah! The butterfly suffered a heavy blow and flew off into the distance, swaying and swaying. Wangku stared at the source of the black light, the great demon's body. When two soldiers fight, they don't kill the messenger. If you want to fight, come at me. Why are you making things difficult for Old Han? Wangku stared. Humph, I'm just teaching him a lesson. However, Wangku, if you don't call Giguzi over, no one will be able to save you today. The great demon said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. He's just a dead man. How dare he talk nonsense in front of me? Hurry up and fight. Wangku shouted. In the distance, Old Han trembled as he carried Qin Tianyuan to where Wang Gushin was. At this moment, Xianghua, the evil emperor, and the dragon emperor were at Wang Gushin's side. The evil emperor supported Wang Gushin. Xianghua immediately went forward to support Qin Tianyuan. The dragon emperor supported Old Han as they looked into the distance. Qin Tianyuan, you're really strong. You actually managed to hold on for so long in front of the great demon's real body. Xianghua exclaimed. In the end, we managed to hold on until the end. Wang could just said that he contacted Giguzi. Giguzi said that the great demon was a small fry. He said that Wangka had reached the Earth Immortal Realm and could kill him at any time. Qin Tianyuan said excitedly as he coughed up blood. What? Wangka can kill the great demon easily now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised as they looked into the distance. Boom! In the distance, the two people suddenly attacked. With a loud bang, the great demon's real body stood on the spot while Wangku was sent flying by the great demon's palm. In the distance, Wangku's scream could be heard. Ah, Qin Tianyuan, Xianghua, and the others. Qin Tianyuan, did you hear the wrong thing? Who can kill who easily? Wang Gushin said with a pale face. Qin Tianyuan kept silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, he was also worried. First stage of the Earth Immortal Realm? Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. The great demon laughed in the distance. Boom! Wang Ku, who had been sent flying, wasn't injured. His body suddenly swayed, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. Second stage of the Earth Immortal Realm? Phew! That was a close call. The great demon, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were going to attack? How dare you launch a sneak attack? You're shameless, Wang Ku said angrily as he stabilized himself in the sky. The great demon stared at Wang Ku, who was still in the sky, and said, This is impossible. In the distance, Qin Tianyuan heaved a sigh of relief and clenched his fists. All right, although Wang Ku had been sent flying, Qin Tianyuan and the others already knew that Wang Ku's divine art was marvelous. He grew stronger the more he fought. If he could survive the first wave, how could he be afraid of the second wave? Impossible. Again, myriad heavenly Tao force. Only I guide, myriad Tao divine fist. The great demon shouted. As the great demon swung the heavenly Tao divine sword, countless energy fists suddenly appeared in the void and shot toward Wang Ku. Wait a minute. This is useless against me. Let's change to a battle of wits. Wait a minute! Wang Ku shouted in fear. He had already used up all of his God King coins and merit points. Now he had no more trump cards left. I can't raise my cultivation base anymore. I can't do that anymore. I can't do that. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, the energy fists were too fast. Guided by the heavenly Tao, they shot toward Wang Ku. Wang Ku's body seemed to have been hit by countless hydrogen bombs in an instant. With a loud explosion, he turned into a mushroom cloud that shook the entire world. Boom! The sea below Wang Ku evaporated in an instant, turning into an endless explosion of qi that shot out in all directions. If one were to look from space, they would be able to see a part of the planet that seemed to have exploded, and the qi waves shot out into the universe. In the distance, Chen Tianyuan, Wang Gushin, and the others looked anxious. Just now, this was the move that completely defeated Chen Tianyuan. Chen Tianyuan was so severely injured that he couldn't fight back. This move again. Wang Ku he. Wang Gushin said worriedly. I believe in Wang Ku. Chen Tianyuan said with an ugly expression. The myriad Tao divine fist was too powerful. It almost took away Chen Tianyuan's life. Now that Wang Ku was facing the same move, was he going to die? The terrifying energy blasts dissipated. The great demon also couldn't wait to part the energy blasts and look at the center. At the center, Wang Ku was grabbing a new set of clothes and putting them on. You're not dead? You're still putting on clothes? The great demon's main body exclaimed. Are you crazy? I don't have many clothes left. Why do you keep blowing up my clothes? Wang Ku roared. Boom! Wang Ku's body released a huge storm that spread out in all directions. Third firmament Earth immortal? How is this possible? No. The great demon finally revealed a terrified expression. I'm only at the fifth firmament Earth immortal. Then Wang Ku's cultivation is getting closer and closer to mine. A huge, dangerous aura enveloped his body. P.S. Fourth update. Chapter 1053. The great demon looked at Wang Ku in horror. He was at the fifth heavenly layer of the Earth immortal realm, and Wang Ku was already at the third heavenly layer of the Earth immortal realm. Moreover, he was improving at an unbelievable speed. Wouldn't he catch up to me later? I don't believe it. I don't believe that you are immortal. I will split your body in half. Let's see how you can improve your cultivation. The great demon said savagely. The heavenly sword slashed at Wang Ku ferociously. Wang Ku's expression changed. He immediately took out the great solar undying sword and slashed out a huge sword aura. It's useless. In front of my heavenly sword, all sword Tao will lose its effect. All sword auras will collapse. Otherwise, why didn't Chen Tianyuan block it earlier? Die! The great demon king roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The great solar undying sword aura and the heavenly sword's sword aura collided. At the place where the sword auras collided, billions of sword auras burst out in all directions. Some of the sword auras pierced the ground, causing divine continent star to tremble violently. He blocked it? The heavenly sword is ineffective against Wang Ku's sword aura? Chen Tianyuan exclaimed in surprise from afar. Only Chen Tianyuan understood the grievance of the previous battle. His sword auras were collapsing one after another. How could he fight the great demon? If he couldn't even swing his sword, what was the use? Bam! Wang Ku's strength was ultimately inferior. He was sent flying by the impact and instantly rushed into the atmosphere. You seem to be wrong. My sword aura didn't collapse. You were deliberately scaring me just now, right? Wang Ku looked at the great demon with a strange expression. The great demon's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The great solar undying sword? Giguzi's great solar undying sword. It's actually not restricted by my heavenly sword, unless your great solar undying sword is a celestial immortal level divine sword like my heavenly Tao divine sword? How would I know about sky immortal or earth immortal? The great demon, come, let's fight above. Wang Ku took a deep breath and said. Wang Ku could already see that his and the great demon's real body strength was terrifying enough to shake planet Divine Continent. Although it was not enough to destroy planet Divine Continent, this huge commotion caused the planet to tremble continuously. The ordinary mortals on planet Divine Continent would not be able to withstand it. So what if you can withstand my sword? Again, the great demon said with a sinister expression. Boom! The great demon grabbed the heavenly law, sword, and chased after Wang Ku. Wang Ku did not hesitate either. He continued to fly higher and higher, and soon he had passed through the atmosphere and was outside planet Divine Continent. Buzz! As soon as he entered the outside world and entered a vacuum environment, there was no air at all. Wang Ku was not used to it for a moment, and he shuddered. Vacuum. This was the first time Wang Ku had encountered it. The last time he flew here from Earth. He had the protection of the rainbow shield formed by the great solar undying sword. This time was different. He was experiencing it personally. Fortunately, he was already in the Earth immortal realm, and his physical strength was not affected by the vacuum. As for breathing, Wang Ku was surrounded by some immortal qi and could breathe like air. When Wang Ku had flown here from Earth, he had breathed in the immortal qi of the great solar undying sword. Of course, at his cultivation level, not breathing for a long time was not a big deal. In the vacuum, although there seemed to be nothing, Wang Ku, with his Earth immortal realm cultivation level, could still feel some special energy. This untouchable thing is the dark matter that the scientists on Earth mentioned before, right? This dark matter was untouchable in the past. Now that I have become an immortal, it seems to be right in front of me. Who said that there is nothing in the vacuum? That is just that they could not see it with the naked eye. Now, in front of me, there are countless substances and all kinds of energy, spiritual qi. The universe is really a big treasure trove. Wang Ku said in surprise. While Wang Ku was still in shock, the great demon king's true body had already charged over with the heavenly Tao divine sword in hand. Wang Ku, let's see where you can escape to now. The great demon shouted. Although this was a vacuum and no sound could be transmitted, there was a lot of invisible, dark matter in the vacuum. This dark matter also became a new medium for sound transmission. However, this kind of sound was not heard by everyone. Who is going to escape? Didn't I wait for you here? You are so slow. Wang Ku glared at him. Let's see how you can be so stubborn later. Heavenly sword, myriad sword art. The great demon shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, endless sword qi appeared around the great demon. These sword qi formed a storm and charged at Wang Ku. Although Chen Tianyuan, Wang Gushin, and the others who followed from behind were seriously injured, they did not want to miss this battle. How can this be? My myriad sword art? How can he? Chen Tianyuan exclaimed. Myriad sword art. Wang Ku exclaimed. That's right. Myriad sword art. Your master Chen Tianyuan's sword technique. The heavenly sword has the ability to copy all sword Tao. The reason I let Chen Tianyuan fight for so long was to copy all of Chen Tianyuan's sword Tao. Now, with my strength and Chen Tianyuan's sword Tao, Wang Ku, you are dead for sure. The great demon roared savagely. Copy? The heavenly Tao copied my sword Tao. This no. Chen Tianyuan revealed a terrified expression. Chen Tianyuan was not the only one who was terrified. Wang Gushin was also horrified. Chen Tianyuan's myriad sword art was powerful. Wang Gushin had seen it with his own eyes. It was the #1 sword Tao in the world, the sword Tao that could break through time. With such a sword Tao mastered by the great demon, who could be his opponent? Wang Gushin also revealed a worried expression. At this moment, Wang Ku turned his sword and said disdainfully, Myriad sword art? My master's sword Tao. Do you think my master didn't teach me? With that, Wang Ku also swung his sword. In an instant, countless golden sword chi storms appeared in the void and rushed toward the great demons. Sword chi storm. You know it too? The great demon was surprised. Wang Ku knows it too. Wang Gushin asked curiously, I've never seen Wang Ku use a sword before. Xianghua was also curious. Wang Ku knows how to use a sword. The evil emperor also widened his eyes. So what if Chen Tianyuan taught you the myriad sword art? Can your sword Dao compare to Chen Tianyuan's sword Dao? I'm copying Chen Tianyuan's sword Dao. You only learned the sword Dao. How can it be better than Chen Tianyuan's sword Dao? Die! The great demon glared. Slash! Wang Ku shouted. Hong! In the void, the two sword chi storms madly collided with each other. For a moment, neither of them lost to the other. Their sword chi soon collided, but neither of them could do anything to the other. The heavenly path divine sword and great solar undying divine sword clashed again, and they both retreated. Your myriad sword art, how is it possible? The great demon cried out in shock. In the distance, Wang Gushin also looked at Chen Tianyuan. Wang Ku's sword Dao seems to be about the same as yours, not inferior to yours. How is that possible? Wang Ku's sword Dao comprehension should be stronger, Chen Tianyuan said with a frown. You call that stronger? It's clearly the same as yours. First in the world, first in history. Just now he clashed with the great demon's sword, and it was a draw. Wang Gushin said with a shocked expression. I didn't care about him. Doesn't he usually practice a lot? Chen Tianyuan said with a frown. I can tell you that from what I know, Wang Ku never uses a sword to fight. He also never practices the sword. The evil emperor said with a frown. Didn't you all overlook something? Although the two of them were evenly matched when their swords clashed, the great demon is a fifth firmament earth immortal, and Wang Ku is only a third firmament earth immortal. There's a difference of 2 major realms. Xianghua said. You're saying that Wang Ku's sword Dao is stronger between the two of them? Wang Gushin said with a glare. Everyone looked at Chen Tianyuan. After all, only Chen Tianyuan had a deeper understanding of the sword Dao. Wang Ku's myriad sword art is more flexible, Chen Tianyuan said. More flexible? Everyone looked into the distance in shock. Sure enough, the great demon's attack didn't have any effect, and he rushed forward again in anger. In an instant, under the powerful sword Dao, there was a storm of sword chi in the void. Terrifying sword auras seemed to seal Wang Ku from all directions. However, Wang Ku wasn't afraid at all. He also used the myriad sword art, and the great solar undying sword in his hand wasn't any weaker than the heavenly sword. He immediately slashed out sword auras, forcing the great demon's attacks back again and again. Impossible, impossible. My sword Dao is a copy of Chen Tianyuan's sword Dao. How can you block it, and with a strength weaker than mine? You only learned it from Chen Tianyuan. Could it be that your sword Dao is stronger than Chen Tianyuan's? The great demon roared. Are you kidding me? My master's sword Dao is number 1 in the world. I'm his disciple, so I'm at most second in the world. In other words, I'm at most on par with my master's sword Dao. Wang Ku said, confidently. Then how can you block me? My sword Dao is a copy of Chen Tianyuan's sword Dao. The great demon roared. Your heavenly sword can only help you copy other people's sword Dao. However, my great solar undying sword can help me comprehend other people's sword Dao. Copying and comprehending are different. Copying is just a rigid copy, while comprehending is truly flexible control. Copying homework doesn't mean that you've truly learned it. I've already blocked your sword. Wang Ku said in a deep voice. Taking advantage of a gap, Wang Ku's sword instantly pierced through a gap in the great demon's sword Dao and instantly struck the great demon's arm. Boom! With a loud bang, the battle between the two suddenly separated. The great demon grabbed the heavenly sword and looked at the wound on his left arm that was pierced by Wang Ku. His expression was extremely ugly. How can this be? How can this be? The great demon revealed a look of horror. Wang Ku used his sword Dao to make up for the gap between us. The great solar undying sword is not weaker than my heavenly sword at all. Now they're evenly matched? Am I going to lose? Am I going to lose? No, no, impossible again. The great demon roared. Rumble. The two of them fought again in the void. During the battle, the sword chi storm became more and more intense. The copied myriad sword art and the comprehended myriad sword art were evenly matched again. This time the great demon was very careful. However, after 2 hours with a loud bang, the great demon was once again forced back. Another problem, the great demon was injured again. This time, the great demon began to panic. He had tried his best, but he was still injured. Even if the injury was negligible to him, it meant that he was no longer a match for Wang Ku. I'm going to lose? I'm going to die? The great demon suddenly quivered and looked at Wang Ku, who was at the third stage of the earth, celestial stage in the distance. Heavenly sword, I want to record it. I want the record of Wang Ku's development over the years. I want all the information you gave him during his heavenly tribulation. I want all the information. The great demon roared. Buzz! The heavenly sword seemed to be flooded with countless information in an instant into the great demon's mind. This was the great demon's only chance now. The heavenly sword recorded all the information in heaven and earth. He would definitely be able to find Wang Ku's flaw. P.S. 5th update. Chapter 1054. Boom! In another storm of sword chi, Wang Ku took advantage of the great demon's carelessness and once again slashed the great demon's figure back, and a huge wound appeared on his chest. The great demon, is that all you've got? Just like what my great-grandfather said, you're just a small fry. You've lost. Wang Ku said, confidently. The great demon did not reveal a dejected expression at this moment. Instead, he revealed an excited expression. Ha! Ha ha ha, Wang Ku, I know your weakness. I retrieved the heavenly Tao records and know everything about your past. I know your weakness. Ha! Ha 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 ha. The great demon suddenly said ferociously, What did you say? Wang Ku said with a face of disbelief, Myriad sword art slash. The great demon shouted, Boom! The two swords collided in the void. This time, they didn't break apart upon contact. Instead, they were in a stalemate. To be precise, the great demon king was using the heavenly sword to push Wang Ku through the void. What are you doing? The great demon, you can't hurt me like this. Why are you bringing me to fly so fast? Are you crazy? Wang Ku stared and exclaimed, You'll know soon. Your sword Dao is indeed more powerful than mine, but my strength is greater than yours. I'm already at the 5th heaven of the earth immortal realm, and I'm just a step away from the heavenly immortal realm. But your strength is only at the 3rd heaven of the earth immortal realm. So let me help you. The great demon sneered. Help me? Why the hell would I need your help? Is your brain fried? Wang Ku stared and said disdainfully. However, in the next moment, Wang Ku realized that something was wrong because the target of the two of them was the sun. They were flying towards the star in the small solar system where Planet Divine Continent was located, the sun of Planet Divine Continent. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to drag me down with you? The great demon, are you crazy? If I can't beat you, so be it. I didn't say I had to kill you. You can leave. You can leave Planet Divine Continent. Why are you dragging me into the fire pit? That's the sun, that's the sun. Wang Ku screamed in horror. I know it's the sun. I want you to go in. Let's go. The great demon king roared. Boom! The two of them instantly rushed into the sun. Endless amounts of grand sun, primordial fire rushed towards the two of them. Ah! The two of them let out a miserable shriek almost at the same time. Clearly, even if one had reached the earth immortal realm, entering the depths of the sun would not end well. After an unknown period of time, two figures suddenly rushed out from the sun. Boom! The great demon and Wang had come out. At the same time, they exploded the flames on their bodies. The two of them glared at each other. The great demon's face was charred black. His skin was split open. Clearly, the injuries he suffered inside were not light. On the other hand, Wang Ku was naked and wearing his clothes. *CK, his clothes were burned again. Are you crazy? I don't have many clothes left. Wang Ku roared in grief and indignation. Boom! Wang Ku's body suddenly stirred up a storm. A powerful aura burst out. Fourth heaven of the earth immortal realm? Wang Ku, your cultivation has indeed increased? The great demon squinted at Wang Ku. My cultivation has increased, and you're still happy? Wang Ku glared. Fourth heaven of the earth immortal realm? Indeed, it's not good news for me. However, it's worse news for you. There are records in my heavenly Tao sword. I finally understand why your cultivation has increased so quickly. When you are attacked by external forces, you will absorb and refine them, and you absorb the grand sun, primordial fire, even faster. It's a speed that you can't control. That explains everything. The grand sun, primordial fire, entered your body and became your energy. You can't stop it from becoming your energy. The great demon stared at Wang Ku. You know. Wang Ku's face darkened. In front of the heavenly Tao, nothing can hide. The great demon sneered. You knew, and you still helped me increase my cultivation? Wang Ku glared. Yes, why did I help you increase your cultivation? Because it's time for you to need merit again. The great demon sneered. What did you say? Wang Ku's face changed. The heavenly Tao sword has records of everything that happened to you on Divine Continent. It includes the despair you felt every time you broke through, and the pleasure you felt after using merit. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation technique should be a merit cultivation technique from the ancestral star. It can boost your cultivation base quickly, but it relies heavily on merit. Your calamity is not from the external force of the heavenly tribulation, but from the inside of your cultivation technique. In other words, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, if you don't have merit to extend your life, it will be your death tribulation. The great demon sneered. Wang Ku's face changed. You've guessed the secret of the great solar undying technique? If I'm not wrong, the merit you collected with the God King coins has all been used up in the earthly immortal tribulation. In other words, you have no merit left, and in your current situation, you're only a step away from the death tribulation. If your cultivation increases by another step and you don't have any karmic virtue to extend your life, you will die without a doubt. The great demon king said in a low voice. Wang Ku's eyes narrowed. The great demon had guessed it all. The great sun had turned gray, just one step away. So, what I need to do now is to raise your cultivation, right? Am I right? The great demon king sneered. Wang Ku's face darkened. Raise my cultivation? You don't deserve it. The two moved at almost the same time. Boom! The 10,000 swords art clashed, and the great demon was knocked back. It's no use, Wang Ku. So what if you can hurt me? I'll risk getting injured and pull you into the sun again. You're dead for sure. The great demon king laughed. Wang Ku stood in the distance and stopped. He was indeed able to suppress the great demon king, but he had not reached the point where he could kill him. If they continued fighting, the great demon king would drag him into the sun at the cost of both of them being injured. Then he would be dead for sure. Completely cremated. The great demon, I'll leave this place now. You can't do anything to me. Wang Ku said in a low voice. You want to run? It's okay, go ahead. However, the people of Divine Continent Star will be buried with you. The great demon laughed. What did you say? Wang Ke's face darkened. Heavenly Tao, draw the divine continent star over, the great demon king roared. Wang, however, he saw the heavenly Tao sword tremble. It seemed to have caused star divine continent to tremble. Amidst the trembling, star divine continent seemed to be about to leave its original orbit and move towards the direction of the sun. What are you doing? Wang Ke exclaimed. What am I doing? You're right. I don't care about divine continent star. But I can't let go of the humiliation I suffered today. I'll use divine continent stars, heavenly Tao, to draw a divine continent star over. I don't want to eat the people on it anymore. I want them to be buried with you. How about it? The great demon said malevolently. You're crazy, the great demon. Why do you have to do this? Wang Ke said angrily. You can run. Ha 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 ha. I remember that you have 3 lovers on divine continent star that you can't get, right? Later, I will bury them all in the sun. You can run. Even if I can't kill you, I can watch you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Ha ha. The great demon king laughed sinisterly. Wang Ke's face turned ugly. He looked at divine continent star in the distance. He looked at the great demon beside him. Fight? If he continued fighting, he would definitely be dragged into the sun. Fighting meant death. If he didn't fight, would he be watching divine continent star be destroyed? He could run. He could return to Earth now. The great demon couldn't do anything to him. He could leave. He didn't need to care about anything else. He was originally from Earth. Why should he care about this place? Wang Ke had thought that he didn't care about divine continent star. He had thought that he would definitely choose the most rational outcome. But at this moment, Wang Ke was shaken for the first time. His mind was filled with the smiling faces of divine continent star. Serene Moon, Longyu, Lear, Master, Zhang Jingdao, Yasushi Simon, Xianghua, the evil emperor, big cousin, little cousin, third uncle. Images flashed through his mind. Wang Ke suddenly realized that he had too many concerns. Was he really going to leave and watch them die? Incomparable discomfort filled Wang Ke's heart. At this moment, for some reason, Wang Ke took a deep breath and gripped the great solar undying sword tightly. The great demon, you want me to die? Come, let's see if you have the ability. Wang Ke's face was ferocious as he slashed out. Boom! The 2 peerless experts fought in the starry sky again. In an instant, a storm of sword chi raged. The great demon's body was instantly covered in sword wounds. But the great demon wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Wang Ke, you clearly could have left. You clearly could have gotten stronger in the future and come back for revenge. But you chose to die together with me for these ordinary people. Ha ha ha. A woman's benevolence will never amount to anything great. Today, I'll teach you what it means to build a general success on the bones of 10,000 people. As long as you're strong, you can kill everything else to prove your Tao. Boom! With one slash, the great demon's chest was slashed open by Wang Ke. But the great demon also took the opportunity to get close to Wang Ke. In an instant, he hugged Wang Ke and rushed into the sun. Boom! The 2 of them entered the depths of the sun again. Let go! Wang Ke roared. Die! The great demon laughed sinisterly. Rumble! Suddenly, countless rays of grand sun primordial fire rushed towards the 2 of them. It rushed straight towards Wang Ke's body, and also towards the great demon king's body. The 2 of them turned into huge fireballs and disappeared into the sun. Ah! The great demon was roaring in pain as he was burned by the grand sun primordial fire, but he refused to let go. The great demon knew that as long as he persevered, he would be fine even if he was severely injured, because Wang Ke would die soon. At that time, he would be able to control everything and even obtain the grand sun undying divine sword. Everything would be worth it. Under the huge burning, The great demon was burned black and shriveled. But everything was worth it. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang around Wang Ku. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Ku's cultivation increased again. Level 5 of the Earth, celestial stage. You've reached your limit. The great demon laughed ecstatically. Wang Ku also revealed a look of despair. But soon, Wang Ku's face changed. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a dazzling golden light around Wang Ku. The golden light was so huge that it instantly dyed Wang Ku's body golden. How could this be? Why aren't you dead yet? The great demon shouted. Rumble! The grand sun primordial fire was still gushing into Wang Ku's body. Boom! Wang Ku broke free from the great demon. The great demon was sent flying. He looked at Wang Ku in horror. Why are you fine? Why are you fine? Your cultivation is still increasing? You don't have any merit. How can you still be alive? He saw that Wang Ku's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that you're going to break through to the heaven celestial stage? But why are you fine? The great demon shouted. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. The grand sun primordial fire around Wang Ku was blown away by the airwaves around him. A terrifying aura burst out and shook the great demon. Heaven celestial stage? You're in the heaven celestial stage? The great demon shouted. I'm not cremated. I'm not cremated. How could this be? Wang Ku also shouted. Why? Why? The great demon shouted. Wait, don't worry. Let me read the manual. There's one thing I haven't read yet. Wang Ku said. What? The great demon stared at Wang Ku. There are too many words in the great solar undying divine technique. I haven't finished reading it yet. There's still a lot of nonsense after that. I haven't had the time to read it yet. Wait, I found it. Wang Ku said in ecstasy. What did you find? The great demon shouted. The Grand Sun Immortal Skill says that after you reach the Earth celestial stage, your cultivation will be different. You'll have an indestructible golden body and become immortal. Even if you don't have enough merit, you can owe it to me first. When you have the chance, you can make up for it later. Wang Ku said. What? Immortal? You can owe it to me first and make up for it later? The great demon shouted in horror. What kind of F** king skill is this? You can owe it to me first? Why didn't you tell me earlier? No wonder my great-grandfather said that he was relieved when I reached the Earth celestial stage. My cultivation will be smooth sailing. I can owe it to him first? Wang Ku was overjoyed. No, no, no. The great demon looked desperate. The great demon wanted to run away. However, Wang Ku's cultivation was much higher than the great demon's. Not only his sword skills, but his cultivation was also much higher than that of the great demon. The great demon had been seriously injured by the sun's genuine fire. How could he let the great demon run away? Slash! Wang Ku shouted. Screech! In the sun, a huge sword energy slashed the great demon. In an instant, the great demon was cut in half. No! The great demon let out a last shrill cry. Boom! The great demon exploded. His body fragments were instantly devoured by the sun's genuine fire. The heavenly divine sword fell and was caught by Wang Ku. He won. Wang Ku won. Wang Ku flew out of the sun with two heavenly divine swords in his hand. Wang Ku had reached the heaven celestial stage, but his body was still burning with huge flames. Rumble! Wang Ku's body was burning with flames. It was extremely uncomfortable. As expected, although he had the indestructible body, he still needed merit to extinguish the flames. The internal fire was so uncomfortable. So this is the great solar undying God technique. Mortals cultivated the great solar, and immortals cultivated the undying God technique. Great solar undying God technique? This is the combination of a mortal cultivation technique and an immortal cultivation technique. D**a minute. What should I do now? Although I won't die, the fever is unbearable. Wang Ke's face was filled with anxiety. When flying towards Divine Continent Star, Wang Ke tried his best to refine a bit of the Heavenly Divine Sword. He used the Heavenly Divine Sword to guide Divine Continent Star back to its original trajectory. Wang Ke! Chen Tianyuan shouted in surprise from afar. Where's the great demon? Wang Gushan asked anxiously. The great demon has been killed by me, Wang Ke said. Ah! Everyone felt like they were dreaming. How are the 4 divine continents? Wang Ke looked at everyone. The great demon's 8 doppelgangers are all dead. The leaders of the 4 divine continents have also successfully killed the 8 doppelgangers of the great demon. I just took a look. They should know that we are in outer space soon. They should be coming soon, Wang Gushan said. Wang Ke, your condition doesn't seem right. Chen Tianyuan was worried about this disciple of his. Master, don't come near me. I'm covered in Grand Sun True Fire. It's uncomfortable, Wang Ke said with some pain. Then how can we help you? Chen Tianyuan asked anxiously. Merit, I need merit. Master, I might need to sleep for a period of time to suppress the internal fire in my body. Help me collect merit to extinguish my internal fire, Wang Ke said anxiously. Merit? Everyone was shocked. I'll sleep on planet Divine Continent's moon. I'll leave the rest to you. Master, I'll leave planet Divine Continent's heavenly sword to you. Stabilize planet Divine Continent first, Wang Ke said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Wang Ke flew into planet Divine Continent's moon. Bang! The Grand Sun True Fire seemed to burn the moon. However, no one disturbed Wang Ke at this moment. Wang Ke sat cross-legged on the moon and entered a meditative state to suppress the internal fire in his body. He had to pay for what he had done. Merits could be owed, but it could not be ignored. Wang Ke fell into a deep sleep. Let's go back and help Wang Ke collect merit, the evil emperor said in a low voice. Let's go, the group replied, after an unknown period of time. While Wang Ke was stabilizing his heavenly immortal cultivation, merit continued to pour into the moon. This was not just the God King coins and the merit of the various dynasties. News of Wang Ke's deeds had spread across the entire world. When the people of the world heard about it, they were all grateful to Wang Ke. This gratitude turned into huge amounts of merit that flowed into Wang Ke's body. The flames on Wang Ke's body dimmed, and the flames on the moon also dissipated. A palace was built where Wang Ke was meditating. It was called the Deity King Palace. On a field in a village on planet Divine Continent, an old man was telling his grandson about Wang Ke's achievements. Grandpa, you're saying that the immortal deity king who defeated the great demon and saved the world lives on the moon? His grandson asked curiously. Yes, it's all thanks to the immortal deity king Wang Ke. Otherwise, we would all have been eaten by the great demon. The old man exclaimed. The immortal deity king is amazing. I want to be a hero like him in the future. His grandson said. Good, good, good. The same story was repeated all over planet Divine Continent. On the moon, Wang Ke's merit had finally been replenished. Waves of heavenly immortal aura erupted from Wang Ke's body, rippling with rainbow light. Wang Ke slowly opened his eyes. Slowly, Wang Ke stood up. At this moment, the guards outside the Deity King Palace saw that Wang Ke was awake. The immortal Deity King is awake. Quick, inform everyone. The guards exclaimed, Wang Ke, you're awake. Zhang Jingdao walked over in surprise. Zhang Jingdao, what are you doing here? There's air on the moon? Wang Ke exclaimed, Of course. In order to make your meditation more comfortable, a group of people helped you modify the moon. I was just passing by today. What a coincidence. They've been waiting for you here for so long, but you didn't wake up. Now that I'm here, you're awake. Zhang Jingdao said proudly. They? Wang Ko asked curiously. Long Yu, the revered one, Princess Serene Moon, and Zhang Lier. The three of them took turns to accompany you. You've been meditating for 15 years, and the three of them took turns to accompany you. Zhang Jingdao said. Oh, where are they? Wang Ko asked curiously. They went back to stop the fight. Zhang Jingdao said. Stop the fight? Wang Ko asked curiously. Yes, the three of them all have powerful backers. Don't you know? My grandmother, Dao Lord, is protecting Zhang Lier. Corpse Emperor is standing behind Ghost Serene Moon. I heard that he used the heavenly sword to revive the Ghost Emperor in the Ghost Deity Sword. Now, the Ghost Emperor and Corpse Emperor are protecting Empress Serene Moon. As for Emperor Jiang, he dotes on his daughter, the Evil Emperor, so he's protecting his granddaughter, Long Yu. Emperor Jiang, Corpse Emperor, Ghost Emperor, and Dao Lord have fought more than once in order to let you marry the granddaughters they're protecting. Today, the three of them started fighting again. That's why the three of them went back to stop the fight. Zhang Jingdao said. What? Wang Ke stared. My grandmother, Dao Lord, said that you can only marry Zhang Lier. If you're still two-timing, she'll tear you apart. Emperor Jiang said that you can only choose between Princess Serene Moon and Princess Long Yu. Otherwise, she'll kill you. Corpse Emperor and Ghost Emperor said that if you dare to three-time, they'll eat you. You're only allowed to marry Princess Serene Moon. Zhang Jingdao recalled. How can they interfere with my marriage? I'm not the same as I used to be. Wang Ke glared at him. I've reached the heavenly immortal realm. Why would I be afraid of them? Right, I forgot to mention. In the past 15 years, Corpse Emperor, Emperor Jiang, Dao Lord, Long Yu, Wang Guxin, and Qin Tianyuan have all reached the heavenly immortal realm with the help of the heavenly sword that you gave them. Zhang Jingdao said. Wang Ku. In other words, I haven't even warmed up to the heavenly immortal realm, and I'm already surpassed by a group of people? Wang Ke, what are you thinking? Long Yu, Princess Serene Moon, and Zhang Lier. Who will you choose? Zhang Jingdao asked. Wang Ku. Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of light flew over from Star Divine Continent. They're here? I'll make a move first. Wang Ku, you're on your own. Zhang Jingdao waved his hand and disappeared. At the same time, he pulled the surrounding guards away. Wang Ku. Long Yu was the first to fly over. Her face was full of joy. Long Yu. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Long Yu was dressed in white today. She was like a blooming peony. She was really beautiful. Whoosh! Another beautiful woman in fiery red clothes landed beside Wang Ku. She was dressed in red and looked like a delicate rose. However, she was Zhang Lier with a face full of excitement. Wang Ku. Zhang Lier shouted happily. Lier. Wang Ku's eyes also lit up. Whoosh! Princess Serene Moon was dressed in purple. She was wearing bright lipstick. She looked like a violet in a secluded valley. Anyone who saw her would be filled with a desire to protect her. Wang Ku. Serene Moon smiled excitedly. Serene Moon. Wang Ku's eyes also lit up. The three women looked at Wang Ku together. Just a smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Wang Ku's body went numb. The three women only had eyes for Wang Ku, and Wang Ku only had eyes for the three women. No, Wang Ku's heart skipped a beat, because Zhang Jingdao had mentioned that the group of big shots was going to force him to choose one of the three. Isn't this asking for my life? P.S. This is the finale. Thank you for your company for over a year. Guanqi will quickly organize his new book and try to release it to everyone as soon as possible. Remember to search for Guanqi's new book.